can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
Stars, they
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. We wish you a very lovely morning, afternoon, and a lovely evening from wherever you are connected to us from. Another beautiful day, another beautiful episode, and with vibrant and beautiful people, we are again here bringing you live another episode at Healing Our Earth. And today's episode is at mental well-being. So we'll be discussing about that. And before that, let's have a short prayer and also pray for the situation at Israel and Palestine. May there be peace restored very soon and people stay in harmony. So let's together globally pray for them as well. I'll be chanting Gayatri Mantra. You can hold any of the mantras of your choice. So putting your hands together and closing our eyes, let's vibrate the energy and bring a mental peace inside. Chanting the vibrance of the mantras and the energies of the spiritual vibes all around us. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. With a smile and cheers, let's welcome today's experts. And today we'll be having a lot of fun as usual. We'll be moving from India to UK to US, bringing you live some festivals as well as some other occasions which are taking place around the globe, and then turning around and moving from one place to another, finding out what people have to say from around the corners of the globe. And before we start and move to India, where we have a very lovely girl waiting for us, who is having her studies, who is pursuing her studies, I personally was thinking about certain things. And since morning, my head was knocking on a very simple, beautiful song, which is from Hindi language in a movie from Bollywood. And it reminds me of the notes which says, I'll just chant a little bit. It's very beautiful. It says, Aati rahengi bahare, jati rahengi bahare, दिल की नजर से दुनिया को देखो, दुनिया बहुत ही हंसी है, हो आती रहेंगी बहारें, जाती रहेंगी बहारें। दिल की नजर से दुनिया को देखो, दुनिया बहुत ही हंसी है, हो which are the beautiful notes from a Hindi movie sung by Lata Mangeshkar. And it says that the springs of life will keep coming and going. But if we see from the eyes of our heart, the life is always beautiful. And that's the message of mental health that we want to give from Healing Our Earth platform, that life is beautiful and will always stay beautiful. And to know about that, what people find the beauty in and how do they counter all these things, we have loads of vibrant people. And first of all, I'd like to invite Sanskriti Sinha. Global Namaste, Sanskriti.
Namaste. How are
How are-
you?
I'm good and I'm glad to see you here.
Thank you so much for your sweet welcome. That song was lovely.
Yes, you remember we keep singing so much. And
Yes.
Sanskriti, to tell our viewers, is a final year student doing masters in applied psychology from Jindal Institute of Behavior Sciences. She has been a very vibrant girl whom I also know, and she had been working a lot and giving a lot of enthusiasm and pulling up people with a lot of positivity and working for a lot of things. Isn't it, Sanskriti?
Yeah, I've been entering the world of academia, doing some research, basically in the field of psychology, mental health, focusing on adolescents, young adults, people like me.
Yeah.
So
And
that's what
so,
I've been doing, gaining my qualifications.
yeah, that's very lovely. And so it will be very nice to see your perspective of how young adults or how the youth is facing up the mental health, how they are taking up mental health. So over to you, and it's all yours for another 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, like I said, I've been doing my masters, but my interest in mental health started way before that, um, which we'll get into. But today I'm here to talk about what seems to be an invisible epidemic. We talk about mental health a lot, but we don't really see the epidemic that is happening within young adults, millennials, and Gen Zers, as they call themselves in particular. And so I want to take you on a journey, a stream of thought that I've had over the past couple of weeks, a journey into the minds and hearts of my generation, a generation that is now facing an unprecedented challenge, which is mental distress and just the stress of perfectionism, whether it be academic, professional, personal, any of it. And so my journey into this thought stream sort of started a couple of years ago when I was in my undergrad. I went to watch an animated movie called The Secret Life of Pets 2. And there was just 10 other people in this movie. Uh, but I found it to be so wonderful because this movie revealed a profound truth about the struggles for a younger audience, for 5-year-olds, because it was an animated movie and most of the 20 people around me were children. And so let me tell you about this movie. It was about a dog who had anxiety, and the dog was receiving treatment for its mental health condition. And I couldn't help but admire the way the movie was sort of destigmatizing and normalizing mental illness for these kids. That's something that wasn't done for us, that wasn't done for people older than me, for sure. And it made me realize that while, there is a generational gap and the world is addressing these issues in its own way, our schools, our parenting techniques, society in general is sort of lagging behind. And that brings me to some alarming things. Back in my undergrad, I attended a panel discussion called A Generation Under Stress, talking about the mental health of millennials. And this panel brought together experts from like various colleges in US, because I did my undergrad there, and they discussed the looming epidemic of mental illness in college students at that time. And so they talked about a study from NAMI, that's the National Association of Mental Illnesses, or the National Alliance of Mental Illnesses. It was done in 2017 on college students, and it revealed that 12.7% of college students at that time suffered from depression, and this was a US-wide study. 25% suffered from anxiety, and 7% had considered suicide in the past year. Those numbers are mind staggering. And remember, these are diagnosed cases. So there's undiagnosed cases also. And so that sort of brings me to this truly shocking revelation that people between the ages of 18 and 30, the age demographic that in developmental psychology we called emerging adults, they have set new records in suicide rates, accidental deaths due to drug and alcohol overdoses, and an increasing number of students are now taking leaves of absence from their college and work due to mental health conditions. These are occurrences that are unheard of in previous generations. And so the way I thought about it is that an entire generation is sort of living a depressed, dissatisfied life, and they are blaming themselves. I blame myself for being dissatisfied, right? And let me again just be clear, I am not an expert in the field of mental health yet. I'm still gaining my qualifications. And till now, I was quoting panelists of a high-level talk at my alma mater. But what I'm about to bring you next, my stream of thought, is something I would say equally valuable. It's the perspective of a 25-year-old, that's me, who has battled and continues to battle bouts of depression and generalized anxiety. And so, why is this happening to our generation is a question that comes to my mind very often. Why are we thought of as the burnout generation? And why do we feel like the weight of the world is on our shoulders? So I did some research and I found a couple of coherent themes that to me seem to be pervasive. The first being overachieving attitudes. So as we moved from sort of a communist, socialist society towards a more neoliberal, capitalist society, there was a focus on individualism and perfectionism because the environment was now competitive. The market was an open competitive market. And so there was a focus on individual competitive perfectionism. And so we were raised with these beliefs that we could achieve anything in the world, and the world was a place where creativity and innovation were highly valued. But with high parental expectations as well as high personal ambitions, there comes like an immense pressure to excel. And this societal environment of competition where your self concept, your sense of self is based on your performance and your achievements rather than your values and your beliefs, that sort of leads to feelings of inadequacy and stress in itself. And so these overachieving attitudes develop into a sense of harsh self criticism and harsh self evaluation that puts people at risk for mental illness. Then there's the advent of social media. Um, People, the emerging adults, were the first to grow up with social media. We were introduced to social media in the primacy of our adolescence. And so that became the primary medium of socializing and communication for us. But it was a double-edged sword, because we started to curate perfect lives online, making it difficult to be authentic. So online, our lives were great and we were flourishing, but behind the scenes, behind the camera, we were depressed. And what happens with this sort of dissociation is that we compare our behind the scenes with other people's online appearance. We don't understand the fact that our online appearance is also happy. So even the other person might be going through some stress that we aren't privy to. And so this leads to insecurity, self doubt, self blame. Again, all things that have been found to be contributors and mediators of mental distress and psychopathological illnesses. Then there's inadequacies in interpersonal relationships, which is kind of related to the advent of social media. Relationships were formed online, and so they often lacked the kind of depth and authenticity that close relationships are required to have. And so, for those, and because of those, there was this challenge that we faced to build real world connections that were strong. And this affected our ability to maintain and develop meaningful relationships, which sort of contributed to a sense of loneliness, which again, a mediator as well as a contributor to mental distress and psychopathological illnesses. All of this sort of brings us to our innate tendency to self blame. Growing up in a world where we are exposed to so much information, there is constant information overload, and everybody seems to be at a point where they are achieving their dreams, and everybody seems to appear as if they have it all together. It creates an environment where a person blames themselves for their imperfections and insecurities without the realization that everybody has them. And so there is a cognitive distortion right there. There is an inward directed attribution, wherein rather than blaming the situation, we are blaming the self, blaming our self concept, and internalizing that self doubt. All of these things together, I think research has shown, are mediators and contributors to mental illnesses and mental distress. And that's sort of proven by the stress diathesis model that was given by Aaron Beck a couple of decades ago, which basically talks about how when there is a stressful life event, um, it can be anything. It can be as small as an exam or as big as uh, a divorce or the death of a loved one. put in the social context that we are talking about, uh, this place wherein you are not allowed might be the wrong word, where you don't permit yourself to reveal your authentic self to the world, and you have an attitude wherein you are trying to reach perfection, but those standards you've set for yourself are unrealistically high, right? And so you'll never reach them. uh, Conjoined with a psychological disposition or a vulnerability, it could be a genetic vulnerability or an environmental vulnerability, can lead to a mental illness. And so this theory sort of suggests that it takes both a vulnerability and a negative environmental circumstance to sort of push someone into depression or anxiety or other mental illnesses, um, that are mood disorders, so to say. And so, with the 4 points that I discussed before, I think our generation in general has the vulnerabilities in the form of low self esteem, poor social skills, low self worth, low self efficacy, self blame. And then we are combined with the stressors of this societal pressure to be perfect, and we have high personal ambitions that sort of creates a situation of pure risk to mental illness, in my opinion. And that's a sad note to end on. So I've tried to make it a little more positive in terms of, okay, this is happening. What do we do now? And so if you focus on this picture above, there's just wiggles in different colors. And I really like this one because to me, this is sort of depicting what the mind of a depressed person is like. Uh, and through the journey, when you find your peace, everything sort of comes together. And so it's not all doom and gloom, even though I consider myself to be a pessimist. There, I cannot sort of not acknowledge the fact that there is immense potential and resilience in this generation, because our generation is driven by purpose and ambition. So let's come to how can we address these issues. There's a lot of research going into this, but like, I think the first step is to acknowledge that there is an epidemic happening within this generation. I know there's a larger epidemic, um, but I feel like this generation is facing a more sort of severe um, sense of the same epidemic. And so we must acknowledge that depression and anxiety in this generation are epidemics that are affecting college students and high school students. And we need to break the silence and talk about these issues openly. And we should also, as a generation, I think this is my personal view, but I would like to put it out there, which is that there are these societal expectations and norms, but we need to break the mold and sort of embrace our eccentricities and uniqueness, because they are our greatest strength. Through those, we develop preventative and coping strategies to combat our vulnerabilities through a true acknowledgement and internalization of who we are outside of our resumes. And most importantly, I think the idea is to raise awareness in terms of help seeking behaviors. Ask for help when you need it, seek professional support, practice safe social media use. These are all things that we hear in slogans every single day now. But I don't think people really internalize the idea of that. And so eventually, I would just like to say that we have the power to make a change, I'm sure, with enough research and enough field work. And there can be a world where we face our adversities head on rather than remaining in silence and avoiding them. Forums like these are a prime example of that. And so all I'm saying is I don't know what the solution is, but I know it starts with acknowledging the problem. And this is me doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanskriti. That was a very simple, I would say, eloquent and beautifully explained concept, because I know you personally as well. And when you face a situation, you are the best master of that. And you have already got an education about it, not from the books, but the life teaches you. And then you find solution to those problems. And whatever you have been talking about has been rightly put forward in many forms with today's generation when we talk about life in perspective of what society's norms are and what are the expectations and how we look forward to these the screen, off the screen and on the screen, and how life has been for the children and the youngsters. We see to it. And for that, we definitely need to look into this, and your point of acknowledging that is so important, I find. And we also have our founder Neil Kumar, as well as Dr. Nora Vyas, who is a professor in this field, and they can definitely give their inputs much better, adding on to your knowledge to that. So moving on to Neil Kumar and then to Dr. Nora. Neil Kumar, your comments as well as your guidance is on the same. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. I loved Sankriti's presentation. Why? Because the presentation was nice. She indent herself there, so those with a hard of hearing were able to actually lip read her. Furthermore, I think she was very genuine in what she was saying. She actually said what she felt in form of PPT and in her mind. So I think it was very beautiful, and we need to encourage youngsters like this to come out. And I want to take opinion of Professor Nora here as well. She's a specialist in this field. She's one of the top specialists here in university in London. So we'll ask for her opinion. Who is next? Nora, what did you think of the way Sanskriti presented herself?
Sanskriti, it was a fantastic talk, actually. Gave a very nice insight into the challenges that young people are facing today. So, congratulations on actually coming online and sharing your experiences and your observations. It's really important. Something that you mentioned, the fact that there's so much in the media at the moment, that we're constantly bombarded with information. We're kind of comparing ourselves to others and looking at the limelight they all live in. And it's not that we directly want to compare ourselves, but it's just like the amount of exposure. So it's about the degree of exposure, which is leading us to start feeling, well, actually, when was the last time I went on holiday? And when was the last time I got a dress which was looking like one of the actresses? Or, so it's very natural for you to make that comparison. And when you do that, then you do slip into experiences of anxiety. Not only that, but even when you're going out with your own friends, people that you make comparisons with them as well. So I think it's a bit of a slippery slope. Once you start doing that and you get into the habit of, let's say, just scrolling on your phone. And I think I've realized over the summer, for example, I was just saying to myself, I'm going to try to make sure I don't check my phone that much, or even if there are things online, I'm just going to make it a point of actually actively deciding that I'm not going to give any attention to those ads that come up or what these actors and actresses are doing, just because I like Bollywood, but it doesn't mean that I have to watch every moment of their lives. So it's just about that, making that very important decision from within, on what brings you happiness. How can you have that inner sense of peace? And so it's not like going on a roller coaster where you don't know where you're going and it's going left and right and in circles. It's like, well, wait a minute, I'm the master of my mind. Can I decide for myself what I want and what brings me happiness? So all the things that you've talked about really touch on all those elements really nicely. So,
and Nora, I noticed, she also brought a very latest taboo subject. We have had student peer pressure, university peer pressure, family peer pressure, society peer pressure. Now the social media one, which is such a dangerous one, which has got tremendous influence. We are all hooked onto smartphone, computer, but not choice. And I think it's very important that we bring sessions like this and people like Sanskriti to read into their mind. And also they've got solutions. Sanskriti is finding a solution herself. She is dwelling into herself, which is very, very important. And we need to find better solutions. Kirit, you are there in Midlands in United Kingdom. What did you think of what Sanskriti, the way she presented and actually the contents of what she was presenting?
Yeah, namaste, Sanskriti. Very good presentation. And I've been, you are the people like yourselves, who have gone through the journey and the experiences of depression, anxiety, are the best advocates and the messengers to drive this change that we have been trying to do in terms of, we know that in our communities, we don't want to talk about mental health. We don't want to talk about taboo subjects. So it's only by getting people like yourselves to come out and share. And this is something that we're doing here in the UK in terms of creating the space and the safe space for people like yourselves to come out and share. So we've created our own mental health ambassadors, people with that lived experience to share a tragedy, but turning that tragedy into something positive to get our communities to wake up, not worry about when it happens to us, because mental health can happen to us at any time. We will suffer what you highlighted eloquently in terms of life changes, relationship breakdowns, moving jobs or creating stressful jobs. So it can happen to us at any time, but we need to create the dialogue and the conversations. And you've done that really well. But for young people, we really need to get young people to champion this, because you're going through it in university, in schools, and this is where we need to start. So really, I enjoyed your presentation, and hopefully through this global healing our Earth platform, we will create great ambassadors like yourselves to champion this cause, because it's something that we need to keep doing. And again, it's only coming together with all of our contacts, networks, we can break through the challenge of getting people to take mental health seriously.
Thank you, Kirit. How eloquently put. Amrita, what we are going to do now, Sanskriti, hang round, because through the next presentation from our Dr. Nora Vyas, you might see some sort of solutions or some tips, because she's an expert on this. Nora Vyas, who has been a host at Healing Our Earth. She was very regular at the pandemic time and a contributor as well. So Nora, welcome. Lovely to see you back. Amrita, over to you and Nora. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sanskriti, for the lovely presentation and all your knowledge. Stay around. We would like to have more comments from you as well. And now from India, let's move to UK. And we welcome Professor Nora. Global Namaste, Professor Nora.
Global Namaste, Amrita. It's wonderful to be in Healing Our Earth. I want to extend my thanks to Neil for inviting me. And it's just really nice. I feel like it's family when I come to Healing Our Earth. There's so many of our wonderful hosts. And it's just the environment. I know it's online, but it really does make a huge difference coming on here on a weekly basis and watching all the fantastic talks. So the community spirit that we've gained over the last several years have been absolutely wonderful. So congratulations to the team for putting this together and continuing. And all that enthusiasm is what we need. So thank you. I'm going to do a presentation. So let me just share my screen and hopefully it should work.
And we hope we find a lot of solutions from that as well.
Oops.
So looking forward to
okay.
the tea talks. Okay.
Okay, so hopefully you can see my single slide. Yes.
Yes,
Brilliant.
beautiful, all yours.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. So when we talk about mental health, what comes to mind is the World Mental Health Day, which is going to be commencing on Tuesday, the 10th of October. And this is a time when we celebrate World Mental Health Day. One of the key themes for World Mental Health Day is mental health is a universal human right. So it's an opportunity for all of us this entire week to raise awareness related to mental health and essentially driving positive change for everyone's mental health. And one way that we can do this is by talking about or having conversations about mental health. Now, some of the challenges that we often have when we talk about mental health is that we think, how are we going to deal with this? I'm not a trained counselor. I haven't gone through any forms of psychology training. So how can I have a conversation with someone? Well, I don't think it's that complicated. There are certain ways or platforms by which we can set up a beautiful dialogue with someone that we may know. It could be a family member, it could be a friend. So having these conversations related to mental health starts with a conversation that doesn't have to be in person. So often we think that we do actually need to see them. Not necessarily. Some people like to have conversations via WhatsApp or texting, or it could be over the phone. So if someone, for example, says, I've been over the last week or so, I've been feeling quite down. And you're like, oh, why is that? And then they might go into explaining the possible reasons for that. So I think it's really important to have that good listening ability, to have that ability to just be patient and to listen to what is being said at that time. You don't necessarily need to provide support at that time. So this is one of the concerns people have. How can, I don't know counseling, but you don't need to. I think it's just about being there and simply listening, right? And what you can do subsequently is if you do find that the individual that you're talking to is really having, it's kind of their mental health is having a devastating consequence on their general psychological well-being, then you can go to the next stage, which is offering that support in the sense of signposting the individual for professional help. So that could be, for example, saying, have you spoken to your GP about this? Just an open-ended question. Have you spoken to any professional about this? And they might say, well, I've considered it, or I'm not sure who to speak to. So it could be GPs would be fabulous. So any primary care services. It could be, let's say, speaking to they have early intervention services. So there are mental health services fully available as well. There are services like Mind or Samaritans. So what they do is they're trained professionals. You call them on their free telephone number. You can find it on the web. And what they do is they go through the challenges that you're experiencing, but they're professionals. So they can effectively ask the person to undergo some forms of therapy. So this is all free services that are available to everyone across the community. So when you have that conversation, what's important is to have open dialogue, right? To make the person feel comfortable. If the person is willing to speak to you one-to-one, that's fabulous. And if they want to do that, you want to make sure that it's in an environment which is very supportive, it's quiet, it allows you to have that confidential chat. So that's very important. Then to think about the place where you're having that conversation, and also prepare yourself for their reactions, because sometimes we have certain assumptions that, okay, if I say so-and-so, they're going to react in this way. And that might be your assumption, but in reality, they may not even speak. So when they're in front of you, they may actually, because they're directly in front of you, it means that they might not express those experiences so well. So there may be moments of silence, right? And at that time, you don't necessarily want to fill the gap. What you do want to do is to be there and just be a good listener, just to be there at that moment. And you might find, maybe say, okay, and then just repeat the information that they've shared with you. That's often a way of engaging the individual and making them engage in some form of dialogue. Yeah. So this is one thing. Another thing is about destigmatization when we talk about mental health. So it's a bit like what our colleague mentioned, that mental health is equally important as our physical health. So just like we pay attention to physical health problems, let's say we're feeling experiences of breathlessness, or we're having chest pain or back pain. These are clear indicators of cardiac or respiratory problems. And at that moment, it's either important, depending on the severity of the symptoms, to either call the emergency number in your country, or to seek help and contact the GP surgery. That's really important. But from a mental health perspective, why is it that we don't take the same initiation, right? The same initiative? That's very important equally. So just like we go on the phone to our GP and say, I'd like to make an appointment. These are the experiences I've been having over the last couple of days. I'm not sure what it is, but it'd be great to speak to a doctor, right? So in the same way, when we're experiencing mental health difficulties or problems, we would need to take the same initiative, right? So if I'm feeling really depressed, and what I mean by that is low mood, difficulties in sleeping, having these cognitive disorderly thinking patterns, so feeling that I'm worthless or helpless, I don't feel like waking up in the morning, I feel there's nothing that's motivating me. So these are some of the types of characteristics or features that an individual is experiencing. This is an early sign of clinical depression. There is a difference between an individual who has a mental health problem and an individual who has a mental illness. Right? So when we talk about mental health problems, we're talking about the person's general behavior, the sort of experiences that they're having on a day-to-day basis. When a person has a mental disorder or a mental illness, it means that they actually have a diagnosis. They've probably gone through a point of contact through the primary care services, and they've been diagnosed with a mental illness. So when we talk about destigmatization, it's very, very important that we don't say to someone, or we don't talk about someone, that they look at them, they've got a mental health condition. Well, we don't know that. And what's important is that we signpost that individual so that they can get help, just like they can get help for shortness of breath or chest pain or diabetes. So their sugars are high and they're feeling a bit dizzy. Then what do we typically do with our relatives? We call the doctor. So that's what we need to do in this situation as well. Now, why is mental health so important, and when does it happen? So mental health difficulties usually peak during the adolescence period. And this is just like a summary of the types of conditions that individual may start to emerge during the adolescence. So this is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, anxiety disorders such as post-traumatic stress disorder, generalized anxiety disorders, specific phobias may develop, not necessarily in adolescence, but even in childhood. So having a fear of certain things like spiders, or having fear of, this is unusual, but having fear of cotton or buttons. So it may sound a bit unusual, but people may have associated a particular object with a very devastating effect it's had emotionally, psychologically, socially at that time. So these are some of them. Mood disorders comes in two categories, so clinical depression or major depressive disorder and bipolar disorder. But also most severe conditions start to come about at the age of 18 or so, 18 to 25. So conditions like schizophrenia, substance abuse, so if a person started to smoke cannabis, or skunk, LSD, all of these types of drugs, it can lead to delusions, hallucinations. And in psychosis, we're talking about just that, the signs and symptoms for the last 1 month of hearing voices, seeing things that don't actually exist to anyone else in the environment, right? So we know that these conditions peak at that time, but why? Why does mental health conditions happen in the adolescence time? It's because this is a time for critical change. It's a critical period for significant changes in social, hormonal, financial, and psychological well-being. The individual is now asked to adapt to changing environments. right? So let's say usually at the age of 18 to 25, they finish their main A levels, for example, or their GCSEs, and now they're going on to university. They're suddenly expected to be independent, to make sure their finances in place. They're able to live alone without any help, right? So all of these factors, suddenly they have to make friendships. So all the friends that they had at school no longer, they might stay in touch with them, but they're in a very different environment. So all of these factors alongside hormonal changes can bring about those changes and bring about the increased risk of mental health conditions. When we talk about mental illness, the thing that we're really focusing on is change. So change in emotional well-being, thinking, the way the person's processing information starts changing, the way the sort of thoughts that are coming at that time start changing, and of course the behavior, so the impact you can have on the individual. And these images I think are quite useful because they give you an insight visually of what goes through an individual's mind. So even if they're in front of you, you might think, oh, then I can't see any changes. But the teacher's saying that the child is not able to concentrate. They're not doing well academically as they used to do, right? So these are changes happening in a different environment than what you are seeing as a parent, for example, or as a sibling. That's something to look out for, because often we think, okay, I'm not seeing any of this. They seem to be pretty okay when I'm in front of them, but maybe there are things happening in the background that you may not be aware of. So it's just about giving yourself time with that individual and giving that space. I like these weekend things that I used to do when we were young, where we'd have open discussions over the weekends or maybe even after school. But how was your day? Just a very open-ended question, not something like, did you have your lunch? But very open-ended, and just see what the individual says, what your child says to you. You'll be surprised. There'll be lots of surprises where you'll be like, wait a minute, okay, this is not what I was expecting, but okay, yeah, please go on. I want to hear more about those experiences. So this is something to look out for. Now, some myths that we have about mental health is that mental health problems are rare, right? So some people think, oh, it doesn't happen. I haven't seen anyone with a mental health problem. But the reality is that mental health conditions can happen in about 1 in 5 individuals, right? So at some point in your life, an individual may experience a mental health condition. Now, there's a very big difference between an individual who goes through bereavement and so subsequently experiences depression, and an individual who's been experiencing clinical depression or signs and symptoms of depression for the last 2 weeks. That's what a diagnosis requires, right? So when we see someone who's low because of an external event, we don't want to be labeling people. And this is a problem that we typically have in general in society. We like labeling. We like to show that, oh, we know what we're talking about, but actually clinically, they may not meet the requirements for a particular classification of a mental health condition, right? Secondly, we believe that young people just go through ups and downs as part of puberty, and it's nothing really to worry about. Well, actually, 1 in 10 young people will experience a mental health problem. So it's really important to understand that it's not only adults that can experience a mental health problem, it can also be children. And they struggle the most because there are these assumptions that are made, but they are the ones who are going through a lot of changes. They've got the 12 plus exams, they've got a lot of stress, they're learning lots of new information, they're struggling perhaps in certain subjects. So they're the ones who actually also equally need our time and our attention, right? Because it's very difficult. If we don't give them the time, we won't be able to pick up the early signs and symptoms for some of these mental health concerns, right? So that's vital. And then finally, there's lots of myths, so I'm just choosing a few. Another myth is that mental health issues are a result of personality weaknesses. So people think, oh, the person's weak, they don't have that strength, and that's why they're experiencing it. Well, no, I mean, the fact is that mental health conditions have nothing to do with being lazy or being weak, and many people need help to get better, right? They're the ones who are vulnerable. It's not often we think that actually they've got that strength, but they're playing it out. Well, that's not the case. There's lots of biological risk factors. I don't want to go into too much detail in it, but there are genes that are associated with the development of mental health conditions. There's structural brain abnormalities that are found to be linked. There's environmental factors that precipitate or increase the risk of mental health conditions coming to the surface. So all of these factors play a role. So we don't want to say things like they're not strong enough. Well, actually, there's other underlying biological factors that could be acting as one of the major factors increasing risk of psychosis and other conditions. And family history also plays a role. If there's a family history of mental health conditions, there's equally a greater risk of an individual developing the condition. So what we need to do is provide that platform for people to be able to get that support and to be able to recover, because mental health conditions can be cured, right? Very, very important. You would be surprised, there are physical health problems that can't be cured. Right? We talk about mental health conditions, individuals go through episodes. So that episode could last several weeks, it could last a month or maybe slightly more, but it can be cured, right? Through therapies and also through medication. Okay, so one of my main talks for today is about strategies to enhance. So what can we do if a person, if it just generally you're not feeling, your general mood is quite low, what kind of things can we do in the environment externally to enhance our well-being, right? So this is not a mental health condition I'm talking about general low mood or experiences of anxiety, right? What can we do? So some of the tips, some of the important strategies I'd like to cover is health-related factors. So doing any forms of regular exercise. So exercise is a significant positive, has a significant positive impact on your general mental health. It can actually reduce stress. It can improve our mood. It can boost overall well-being. It can reduce these endorphins, like cortisol, can be significantly, these are stress hormones. So it's a fantastic way of being able to reduce it. People think that exercise also means physical, like doing a HIIT workout, a high intensive workout. But actually, no, it can be as simple as going for a walk, right? Going for a long walk, you can be with a friend or family member, taking in the fresh air, natural light, all of these factors, breathing in. Just a bit of that green and looking at beautiful things around you can have a positive impact. You want to, if you haven't really been doing exercise that frequently, you might want to start small. So just, if you haven't been active as much, start off with simple things like walking to the end of the street, for example, maybe picking up something from the nearby shop and then going back home. Those simple things are also quite important. You don't have to do something major like start walking 5,000-10,000 steps if you haven't done that for the last month or so. Find the activities that you enjoy the most. So you might like dancing, you might like yoga. Nowadays, there's lots of things that are online for free that you can go on Instagram or Twitter, and there's some important exercises which are set out for you. The main thing is creating a routine, right? Having something in place which is consistent, because consistency is key, right? So the moment, I mean, this is something that, you know, many people that I've been following and friends and everything, they've faced, you know, when you've been exercising so much and suddenly you stop exercising, it just becomes a bit difficult to get back into the swing of things. So what you can do is start something simple, right? Over the summer, for example, there were lots of challenges online. So they'd say, oh, you know, do you want to raise funds for charity? And at the same time, you can go up to about 10,000 steps a day. Now, you initially might be like, oh my God, that is really challenging. But you can start off by maybe doing 1,000 steps or maybe 500 steps a day, 1,000, and then increasing the number of steps that you're able to do. And in doing that, there's like a challenge involved. So you're raising funds, which is fantastic for charity. But in doing that, you'll also be able to enhance your fitness as well. So that's something which we can consider and think about. Another one is having a balanced diet. So I'm just going to go through this briefly. What you can see here is typically women should have about 2,000 calories a day. And for men, it's slightly more, 2,500 calories a day. What we want to do is on the bottom left-hand corner, there are certain things that we might find very familiar, right? So chocolates and crisps and ice creams and biscuits and all those things. Now, of course, it's important that once in a while, we might consume this, but we want to make sure that we have small portions. All of these things that have high sugar, what they do is they reduce our metabolism. So it means that we're likely to feel a bit sluggish. We're unlikely to burn as many calories because our metabolism has gone down. So what we want to do is try to reduce the amount of sugars that we have. Now, how you do this is completely up to you. So if you have a couple of cups of tea a day and you are finding that actually I'm having 2 teaspoons of sugar every single time I'm having tea, then maybe you can reduce it down to 1. So we're not saying that suddenly just have a drastic change, because that can actually have a bit of a devastating consequence. You might think, oh my God, I feel really don't have the energy. So you want to do it gradually. Another thing is drinking about 7 to 8, maybe up to 9 glasses of water a day. Now, I know there's a whole philosophy about how much water you should drink. Of course, if you're exercising quite a lot, you want to increase that further. But hydration often makes us feel a lot more positive, and we're able to function a lot better. So if you might be as simple as you're actually thirsty, but you think you're hungry. So the body's not able to really figure out what is it that what I need, but actually might be water. So just having like up to 8 glasses of water a day spread across the day might be quite helpful. Another thing to think about is on the top left-hand corner of this slide, where we've got the colored nutrition information. Now, if you look at anything that you'd buy in the store, you'd see this color code. And what we really want is to purchase things that don't have anything in red, right? So greens and oranges, because this information gives you an insight into how unhealthy it is for your daily allowance. So if it's red, it means that you're having very, very high sugar. It's got, in this example, it's just 34 grams of sugar. So that's pretty much covering a couple of days worth of sugar that you might want to have, right? So you really want to kind of look into this, try to have the concept of the food that I eat should be across the rainbow. So all of the different colors of the rainbow is the types of food that I'd be consuming. So all the fruits and vegetables is definitely fantastic. Milk, believe it or not, has a lot of sugar in it. It has about 4 grams of sugar in it. So all of these things, just have awareness, try to have low-fat products like yogurts, and have semi-skimmed milk if you can. Cheese has got protein. So those who are vegetarian watching this program, they might be like, oh no, cheese, that's not good. But actually it's got protein, but it's about the amount of cheese that we eat. Could we go for another option like cottage cheese? That's got high protein and a low number of calories. So these are the types of things that we want to think about. What about our sleep, right? So that was another point about lifetime choices that we can make. So some tips here on this image is how important is sleep in our daily life? We know it's vital, right? When we're sleeping, there's significant changes that are happening in terms of any damaged skin is repaired. We go through a lot of restoration during sleep. So if we have this habit of sleeping really, really late into the night, it can actually have a negative consequence. There's a lot of changes that are happening in terms of red blood cell counts increasing, usually at the time of 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. So we're staying up late till the night. We're not actually getting the necessary circadian rhythms, which is essential. So what you want to do is sort of establish a daily bedtime that you tend to go to sleep. Often when we were kids, for example, at 9 o'clock or maybe even earlier, our parents would say, okay, let's get to bed, right? Let's go to sleep. We want to have a fresh day in the morning, and we want to be buzzing with energy. So it's really important. Why is it, for example, I was watching one of the actors, a very nice, positive motivational talk, and he was talking about why is it that we've changed the way we sleep nowadays? Why is it that we stay up to 1, 2 o'clock? And most of the time, the reason is that we're on our phones. So we're on the media and we're watching things and we're like, oh, I'm just going to watch one more video and it's just a few minutes. But before we know it, we've spent 4 or 5 hours on our phones, and it's like 1 or 2 in the morning. So we really need to have a system in place where we don't have our phones on. We have something on the phone, which I've started using over the last year or so, is saying what my bedtime is. And what it does is it plays this sound, or my phone goes like dark. So it provides an indication that it's time for bed, and within an hour, at 9:30, 10 o'clock, you want to be going to sleep. So it's just a fantastic thing that you might want to implement. Allow yourself to have that nap time if you are feeling tired. Try not to consume anything that's high in sugar before you go to sleep. Create a caffeine cutoff. So usually at 2 or 3 o'clock, you shouldn't really be having caffeine. If you like your teas and coffees, try to have a decaf. Really important. Make sure, of course, that when you're sleeping, it's comfortable, it's in the familiar settings, and the temperature is set. People usually say the temperature should be slightly lower than your general, your temperature, which is about 37 degrees for homeostasis. There's a final few things that I want to cover, and of course, happy to take questions. It's about general stress management. So learning stress reduction techniques like deep breathing, meditation, and yoga, for example, can actually reduce the amount of stress we face in our life. So what we want to do is manage our time and prioritize things that are important to us. What do we need to get done this week? If we plan, let's say it's Sunday today, if we plan what the week is going to be looking like, it's far more better than it's Monday morning, it's 9 o'clock. What am I doing today? So all these surprises, it kind of pulls us back a bit, right? It causes stress. So what we want to do is to have something in place. It could be a calendar, it could be a to-do list. All of these things can actually really enhance our well-being because we know what's coming up and we can prepare in advance. And also it's not overwhelming or stressful. So use these to-do tips or these calendars in place. It can be really quite useful. And also learn to say no. This is really difficult actually for some, right? So sometimes it might be where you've got too much going on that week. But if you say yes, it's easy because then the person goes, oh, fantastic, But for you, it might be like, oh my God, I've got lots going on this week. I'm not going to have a chance for my well-being. So learn to say no and set those boundaries, because it will essentially, if you don't do that, you're overcommitting and you might not be able to deliver. So try to find that balance, right? So just set those boundaries. Just to end, I'd like to do a short exercise with all of you, and it's really about how effective is breathing in our daily life. It's not the breathing that we're doing at the moment, it's the deep breathing, right? So if we just relax our shoulders and just, maybe if you feel comfortable, you can close your eyes or keep them open. Just do a simple exercise. And what we're doing is going in, right? Going deep within our mind. And taking a deep breath in, inhale. And exhale. Exhale through your mouth. Another deep breath in. And out. And finally, another deep breath in. And out. What you find is that when you're feeling a sense of anxiety or stress, your breathing will be quite deep and quite fast. And when you're relaxed, or when you do this exercise, you'll be able to relax yourself a lot more, right? And it sends this positive vibe in the environment. And it didn't take us more than, let's say, 30 seconds. So that's all you might need. This is before an interview, for example, that you might be going in for, maybe a very important meeting that you might be going in for. But these exercises, and one more that I want to share, can be really effective. Let me just give you one more minute, and then, so let's just carry on with this, so relaxation. So sit comfortably, be relaxed. And I'd like you to invite your senses to relax, appreciating all the work that they do. And now I choose to give them a break. I turn my attention inwards and I start to silently observe my thoughts. Each thought a ripple on the surface of a lake. I gently remind myself that I am like this deep, tranquil lake. I am peace. And as my mind touches tranquility, I allow calmness to wash over me. Here in my mind, I return to my true, peaceful nature. I allow peace to flow in my actions. And when I'm ready, I bring my attention back to the current moment. But this was a 1-minute meditation, but the power of just 1 minute is quite remarkable, right? So I hope you found that useful. And I just want to mention, we've got our World Mental Health Day coming up. Today is a World Mental Health Day, and it's a great celebration. And this week at Kingston University, which is where I work in the Department of Psychology, from 3:30 to 6 p.m. At Penryn Road, which is in Kingston, Surbiton area. You're welcome if you are in the area, or if you're interested, please do come down. And we've got a series of talks to do with well-being. We've got some charities coming. We're also doing a HIIT workout. Annie Folds is a professional trainer, so she's coming down, and we're going to do some gratitude journaling and all those things. So you're very welcome to join us. And otherwise, thank you so much for your attention, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very, very nice. In fact, I found it so good. And the way you explained about things in a way that talks about basic things. So I have a couple of questions that came into my mind while I was looking at your presentation. So one question that struck me was, you talked about gene association and mental anxiety. So what kind of percentage do you think in a family history or hereditary characteristics that the traits travel with the rates of anxiety, or it is just with anxiety, or it is related with depression and suicidal tendencies? Because we see so many families where there had been a history of grandparents having some episodes of suicide, or the parents having something. So is that also associated with the genes? Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for that question, Amrita. So when we think of mental health conditions, in that slide that I was showing earlier, there was quite a lot of conditions there, from childhood to adult conditions, mental health conditions. Now, not all of these mental health conditions have a strong genetic predisposition, so they don't necessarily have a familial factor. Not everyone who develops a mental health condition will necessarily have a family history. But there's lots of research happening in looking at specific genes, looking at whether there are people in the family who have this condition or similar conditions, because that can increase the risk of the development of conditions like psychosis, for example. I would say that psychosis, the heritability rate is about 80%. Bipolar disorder, it ranges from 50 to 80%. Other conditions like emotional disorders, the risk is significantly lower. But environment plays a very important role. So if you've got an environment where people are focusing more on your deficiencies and there's a lot of negativity, it can definitely increase the risk of a person experiencing anxiety, and that can infiltrate into lots of different environments. So at school, how they perform, it can infiltrate what sort of friendships they're able to develop, all of these factors. So environment for those conditions, the ones that seem quite, the ones that we tend to see in our society. So depression, anxiety, this is called the common cold, common forms of illness. It could happen to any of us at some point in our life. And this is often triggered by some external factor. It could be trauma, childhood adversity, abuse, right? Even if it's in childhood, those factors, abuse could be one of them, smoking cannabis, right? Marijuana, LSD, all of these factors could be definitely an increased risk of mental health conditions, but also migrating to a new country that you've never been to before. So we often see in our communities, people are, oh, I've moved from Australia, or I've moved from India and I've been here for 2 years, that kind of thing. So that can be a major risk factor, believe it or not, because you're in a completely different environment. You're having to develop friendships, things are expensive because you have to start from scratch. So all of these things put together. So people think migration, that's a positive thing. Well, actually, there's a lot of negative consequences as well of moving. And what time or what age are you moving to a new country? That also plays a role. I hope that answers your question a little bit.
Yeah, right. And today's time, we see a lot of psychosomatic problems, like children and youngsters when they finish up their school, or with their universities, when they're working as well as they are studying. There's a lot of like health issues like bulimias and anxiety nervosa and kind of things that they suffer from, because either they are not prepared with the kind of tough life they are having to do the job, and as well as to study as well, or they are finding certain things hard on many bases that you discussed about, the peer pressure or the other kind of pressures. So what connections do you think is there, the prevalence in UK itself or in other countries, and how that can be catered up? Thank you.
So anxiety conditions, for example, is found in about 6 to 8% of the population. So that's quite high if you compare it to other conditions like psychosis, where the risk is 1%. Now, I think I attended a very nice talk yesterday, and they were talking about relationships. And I just found that it blew my mind, really, because it made me feel that how important are our relationships, the relationship we have with our parents, the relationship we have with our siblings. Often when there's a breakdown of those relationships, we find that we're not able to talk to someone, and it disrupts everything. We often go back in time and we think, oh, someone said this to me like 10 years ago. And you're thinking, 10 years ago, like, are you kidding? And we tend to grasp that, we hold on to things a lot. And what happens is that probably the most important people in our lives are our family, right? And why I think that is one of the foundations to some of the many challenges that you were talking about, not necessarily just eating disorder, but anxiety and depression, is that we're not able to find that space to talk to people. Everyone's on some different level nowadays, and it's almost like they're just, it's almost like we can't trust people that much. If I do share something to someone, are they going to reveal that information to others? There's the problems of confidentiality. There's problems, how are people going to look at me? Just like Sansukura was mentioning earlier, maybe this is a completely different topic on relationships. Maybe that's another thing that we can do. But we are now stressed in our lives because of the fact that people are making judgments about us. We're having to create these masks in front of us and we look good all the time. And actually all of us pretty much at some point are facing anxiety and stress. But because we're not sitting down and going, you know what, I've had the most stressful day today, and I'm going to tell you all about it. And I remember back in the days, I used to speak to my grandmother a lot, and she used to be a fantastic listener because she would listen. And so I would talk, and then she would give me tips afterwards, after I've had that discussion. So all of these things, talking and just offloading, is vital in our lives. So one question we want to ask everyone listening today is, do I have someone in my family or in my friend circle that I can talked to. If the answer is no, then you need to sort of try to develop that connection with family. And really, because I think family, I know that when someone passes away, suddenly everyone comes together. So if they weren't family, they wouldn't come together. So that means family does matter, right? So how can we break all of those barriers that we've had over the last 10, 15 years? How can we break that and go, you know what? I'm wrong. You know, there's a Hindi word for, well, I can't think of it now, but it's just like saying, you know what, I'll say sorry. Let me just take the blame and let's reconnect, right? So if you say sorry, that happened something 10 years ago, but let's just break all those bridges that we had. Let's develop them and form them again. And if we just have that positive attitude, not fake, it has to be genuine. You really want to, build that relationship. I'm telling you now, all of the stress, a lot of the stress that we hold is from all of that burden that we've been having, because we've got that on the back of our mind. So we're not able to let go. And if you let go and you forgive someone, you are going to be the ones who are going to benefit the most, as opposed to the other person. So
True. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Before we move to Nil Kumar, let's have Kiritji's comments. So, Kirit Ji, what do you think about what Nora had been saying about mental health and her tips? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Nora, good to meet you. And I think it's sometimes what you presented, it seems very common sense, but we don't use the common sense in us to think about that. We dwell on things that we can't have control over, but sometimes what you've presented, we can control some of those things. We just need to reprogram our mind to do that better. But one thing I'd like to stress, you presented some very important facts and also ways of how we can manage our mental health better. We need to be taking this education out into our communities, into the temples, into the community centers, because the thing is that it's great, the universities, and you're in a privileged place to, working for this university and as a lead professor. How do we ensure we take your expertise out into the community? You're doing all this great work, and the research is great, but research is only good if it's applied and implemented in the communities. So I think that's something that my comment would be, to look at how through Healing Our Earth, and obviously you're in the UK, so we're privileged to kind of be able to connect, and let's look at that. How do we really bring this education awareness in the community? That's the only way we're going to break the stigma and taboo.
absolutely. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Kirit. I think that funny enough, as recently I was speaking to someone who said, well, it'd be great for you to talk to the kids because they've got Navratri coming up. And I've got a talk there in Navratri, would you believe? And it's just nice because there'll be about 150 odd kids, and they'll be getting prizes for their dandiya and their garba and everything. But it will be nice after that session to just talk about gratitude and things, the sort of positive affirmations that we can have in our minds, for the day ahead at going to school. So that's one thing I'm doing. And also I think there's lots of other schools because I've got to that stage now, I must say that I really want to do more community service, because within the university we talk about more serious concepts and theories and all that, but being with Healing Our Earth for quite a few years and doing other things on Instagram lives and all that, I think that's really helped me. Another thing is that it's not easy, I guess. When I started off at Healing Our Earth during COVID, often as academics, we really take care about what we say and all that. There's a lot of that because everything we say, people kind of write every word down. So we are like, we really quite, when it comes to the words that we use and all that, we're quite tight. So one thing I've been trying to do is come out of that comfort zone. It's been really possible through Healing Our Earth, but just generally going yes to a lot of things, actually. And I'd love to connect with people in the community. There's a Dharma Mandir connection I have in Northwest London, and we had lots of online sessions with them during COVID, and that was quite educational. But it'll be fabulous to connect with you and anyone that's watching this.
Happy to, because obviously I run a South Asian health charity which is patient care community led, but also I lead on Hindu Council UK's health portfolio, so we can certainly do some positive work. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Neil Kumar, your comments, please.
So this is wonderful. We are getting social media, for responding to us. It was so nice the way Sanskriti started as a person who was going through, to Nora as a person who actually chats with them, treats with them, educates them, and Kirit who actually does an outreach over there. Nora, this question is for you from Athena in Greece. She's very specific. She loved your presentation. She wants to ask you a specific question. When she feels anxious or stressed, what should she eat and or what should she not eat? Now, this is very specific. Do you have any particular tips, or would you say hydrate yourself well and make sure that you are happy and don't eat? What exactly would you think that you should be doing?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Thank you. So if you're feeling anxious, what I'd want to think, what I'd like you to think about is that what are the reasons for that? So I'd like you to ask yourself the reasons for anxiety, right? So just reflect, have that self-reflection. Your question is specific about what you can eat. So there are certain foods that can boost mood. So there are low sugar things that you can eat, like blueberries and raspberries and bananas, which can enhance your well-being. I think it's a bit tricky because from a psychology point of view, I would always want to think about the reasons behind these anxiety experiences. And we face anxiety all the time, but any foods that are high in carbs would probably not be a good solution. It'd probably be something that keeps you fuller for longer, and natural products. So anything that you can have, like fruit, is generally quite a positive thing. Drinking water can actually make you feel more hydrated. But like I said, we don't want to do a surface level approach of improving our anxiety. We want to find out why we're anxious and then try to get down to the reason, and then try to think about, why am I feeling anxious? These are the reasons. What can I do to make things better? So it could be seeking help, speaking to a loved one or family member or friend, all of those things. And then, yes, certainly food, I think, and our general nutrition is very valuable, very important. And so, of course, regardless of the experiences you're having, I think drinking water and consuming healthy, having the colors of the rainbow are important. Yeah. I don't know the answer to the question, but I always, from my perspective, I'm looking at the reasons. And I think that even if you did have some water and you did have lots of fruits and vegetables, that's a temporary fix, and you want something more meaningful and long-term.
And my suggestion to you, Athena, is consume nice amount of water, go for a little walks for fresh oxygen, and, just be with yourself. Make the plant a friend of yours, talk to the leaves. You might find that you de-stress. Thank you, Nora. Nora, stay around. We're going to go live to USA now, where Anupama is waiting for us, and she might say how we can relieve the stress from Radha Krishna Temple, where Veda Mela is taking place. Anupama, good morning to you in America.
Very good morning to everyone. Global namaste to everyone. And thank you so much for having us. And I'm here at Radha Krishna Temple, Allen, Texas. And yesterday was a great kickoff for, our Veda Mela. I'm going to switch the camera so that everyone can see the beautiful temple of Radha Krishna here. And yesterday we did a great beginning of Veda Mela, the very first time in Dallas. And it was wonderfully, kicked off, and many delegates, everyone came, and it was presented beautifully. So
I know you've got a beautiful weather today. Yesterday, a lot of people, you had mantras going on, you had the Mela and everything.
Yes,
and,
what
today,
you are seeing is the Veda Mela, just the beginning, that this is where we did our Dhanvantari Homam. That is how we started our event, and followed by the Deepa Prajwalan. And we really had a wonderful start, Neil.
Let's go and look at the darshan because it's always good for mental health as well. When you go to a temple and when the atmosphere is nice and conducive, isn't it a beautiful place to be? Amrita and Nora, they're a nice temple. And it's early in the morning there. It's just nearly about 9 o'clock.
Yes, it is about 9:30 and we are about to start our next session pretty soon. We are just waiting for the delegates to arrive. And the morning yoga session is already done.
Pretty soon the delegates by 10 o'clock will all be accumulated, and right through till 7 in the evening, there is a nice lineup going on over there. If you are in Texas and if you are listening, you still got a chance, just register online. This is beautiful. And are you going to go into the temple?
Yes, I am actually entering and it takes just a small elevator to go in there. So bear with me. I'm actually walking and look at this beautiful carving outside the temple and I'm just walking in.
How amazing, Amrita and Nora. Look at the architecture there. And this is in America. We know London.
We do have to wait, I think, a little bit, I believe, because I think
Okay, I know
sorry,
what we will do. We will be going to Egypt shortly. When you come live, we will come midway and show the people a darshan or something. We'll make sure that it's nice, anti-stress. Yes, you're in.
Before we leave, I just wanted to show that, how beautifully this one is arranged and we are just starting the event and everyone is getting ready.
And I know, let's remind people, this is the Radha Krishna temple in Allen in Texas. Is that right?
Yes, it is Allen, Texas, Radha Krishna temple. And we are doing Veda Mela here in the cultural hall. And this one just kicked off yesterday. Look at this beautiful stage and all of our delegate seats are all ready to go. And we are about to open the door and everybody's going to come in.
Wow, so, it's beautiful. It looks like a hotel. So a nice, calm, serene atmosphere. I'm sure a lot of people will be de-stressing. We'll come there. So Anu, it's okay. You can come back again for 5 minutes.
Yes, I will come back and then join you, Neil, again. Give us like about 10 minutes and then the temple will be open inside. And I will definitely go there and have everyone take darshan of Radha Krishna.
Thank you, Anu. Thank you. We will be doing
Thank you.
Wow. So that was live in Texas, where we went, where Veda Mela are there, who are also an organization that we are promoting heavily simply because they're doing such a wonderful work and we are proud of them. And shortly, Amrita will be visiting Egypt, where our resident contributor is there, Dipti, and during the presentation, we will chat. So, Nora, hang around. There is a question from Henrique in Holland. He wants to know that normally is a female who normally confess about stress and everything. From your data, are men equally forthcoming when it comes to, do they declare their mental health and stress? How do you find as a university and statistics? What do you think? And maybe we'll also ask Kirit because he gets involved. And we'll also bring Lewin Gomes here, who has put his hand up. So let's go to Kirit as well. Nora, from yours, from statistics point of view, are female more ready to agree stress and mental stress as opposed to men? Over to you, Nora.
Thanks. Yeah, this is a bit of an unusual one. So I would say that definitely women do talk a lot. They're more expressive. They're more likely to talk about their emotional well-being and all of those factors. In comparison, I can't give numbers at the moment in terms of percentages, but certainly we know that men tend to they don't express their emotions as fluidly as women. And so there are men and mental health groups that are formed often across, let's say, meditation groups, or there could be men and well-being groups. And often those are ways of being able to find support or provide support for young men or adults to talk about their mental health. So there is, I think there are platforms out there that are run by men to support men who are going through these any forms of emotional well-being challenges.
So, Hendrik, in case if you are feeling stressful or anxious and suffering, don't worry, buddy. Talk to somebody who is close, who is not going to judge you. And if you don't trust anybody, go and talk to a tree. Hug a tree, talk to the leaves. You would be surprised how therapeutic that is. Hendrik, if nobody is listening, we are here for you. And before we go to Kirit, let's go to smiling Gom's there. He's smiling there and he's got a question. Please go ahead and put your question or your comment.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I just want to thank you all for the presentation. It's very timely and it's very informative. And I'm grateful that I'm able to participate. I'm participating from Bermuda right now, but I live in the UK. So once again, I appreciate all the information. It's been a blessing to me. And I have a long history in substance abuse training, substance abuse counseling. Way back in 1982, I started, and I still do volunteer work in addiction. So thanks so much. Continue doing what you're doing. Have a blessed day.
And how is the weather like in Bermuda? Obviously, you are de-stressed because you are in Bermuda and enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I'm definitely de-stressed. Yes, I'm looking forward to getting back to the UK, but I'm enjoying myself while I'm here, you know?
And what do you think? Do you think men are forthcoming? Do they declare their stress or mental harassment or mental stress?
I think men are not forthcoming at all because they're very reluctant to express, you know, pain and depression, anxiety, or anger. I mean, it's easy to express anger. It's one easy thing for a man, but to try to express pain is very difficult. But me, myself, I had problems with anger, but I learned to educate myself and learn how to control my anger. So again, as men, we need to be more open and honest about our journey, you know, so we can help one another and help others.
Well, at least you are a nice man. You're a nice man who's opening up. Well, you enjoy your holidays, and everybody from at Healing Our Earth, we wish you all the best. Keep on being there and we'll include you again. Thank you. Let's go to our expert, Kirit, who has got some statistics. He deals with health outreaches. Kirit, what do you feel? I always find when it comes to society, humanitarian grounds, mental stress, illness, or anything, women are more forthcoming as opposed to men. What do you feel and what stats have you got on that? Over to you, Kirit.
Yeah, thank you. I think Dr. Nora did highlight that, you know, men don't come forward. They don't seek out for support. And certainly that's something that we're finding in the community work we do. A lot of our ambassadors, that we call them, are predominantly women. And a lot of the pressure is put on women within the households to try and get the men to go and take action, just go and seek help. And that's something that is quite challenging. But there is some good work that's happening, particularly within the Punjabi community and Punjab for the men. There's an organization called Tariaki who have just started to do peer mentoring for men from the Punjabi community around, you know, their mental well-being. So again, we can take stock of some of the good practices that are happening, and we need to put look, let's be real with the audiences today and the people listening in. Men, as well as women, but higher suicide rates are occurring within men because of they're not reaching out, bottling everything up. So that's something that we really need to focus on, our men and the younger men as well, to look at how we can provide them that support. And when I do my presentation later, I will have some statistics, but that's what we're trying to do, is trying to get more men involved in this kind of work, because having worked in drug addiction and now in mental health, and also worked in working what I do now, we're seeing this as a barrier, and we're seeing this as increasing of men who are going to end up either in high secure mental health units, either in prison, as well as women. I think, but what I'm trying to focus on is men, and we're working now with colleagues of ours from our own communities who are working in prisons, who are working mental health institutions to try and see how we can adequately support the men in the community. And men's support groups is the way we have to start, because men don't want to talk in front of women because of their own lack of confidence or feeling mature or have this ego. So we need to create the safe space for men to be able to share their anxiety, depression, but also share their feelings. Feelings is something that we need to do more of, and that's something that hopefully working with Healing Our Earth and the contributors, let's create a men's program that we can really do something to help them.
Thank you, Kate. So there, if you're a man, don't worry. If you want outreach within your area, if you're in the United Kingdom, contact us. Kate will be able to help. We are here to help. If you're in London, our Dr. Nora Vyas, who is here in Kingston University, she will be able to help you. In fact, she's doing an outreach in Navratri. And in fact, on Tuesday, Nora, you've got an episode or an event. So let's share that flyer. We'll also go to Dipti in Egypt and share her thoughts on this. And if you're a man, if you're a woman or otherwise, don't worry. Don't suffer in silence. Find somebody, don't bottle it up because it only becomes a pressure cooker. Nora, let's share the event that's happening on Tuesday. And Dipti, Global Namaste, welcome to you. And let's even bring Amrita back. Amrita, you had a power loss there. And Nora and Kirit, okay, yeah, there we are, tea and talk. Simple, tea and talk. It is actually on the World Mental Health Day, which is on Tuesday, the coming Tuesday, day after tomorrow, 10th of October. This is from 3:30 till 6 p.m. Actually at the campus of the university, Penryn Road, main building. Just Google Kingston University, you will see it. It's very simple. Kingston University on the campus itself, in the main building. You can even connect now if you want to. It's tea and talk. Be relaxed, talk. And you've got a man there also who will be talking. I can see more female. Yeah. So I always say, empower women, empower humanity. Thank you, Nora.
Thank you so much, Neil. And everyone, you don't need to register. You can just turn up. We've got a huge hall to accommodate everyone. We've also got the last segment of this particular event is on art and creativity alongside mental health. So we've invited everyone who would like to create a piece of art. It could be really simple, but something that reflects an individual's general well-being, something related to self-care. It can be a quotation. So I've got some young people to write "be happy" or things that they really want to, it could be a animal, it could be anything. But just how do you feel, and representing that in the form of art. So we will have poster boards up for that last half an hour of the session, and you're welcome. Please do come. The session starts at 3:30. That's just tea and coffees, but then at 3:45, the first set of talks will begin. So really look forward to seeing as many as you can, as are possible to come, and yeah, look forward to seeing you. Thank you,
Nora. Also send this flyer so we make it social media viral. We
Great.
Also want to upload it. You're part of the Facebook team of healing. Just upload it over there. Let's also, and if you can stop share screen now. And Nora, let's remind them about our Instagram at Mental Health Connect because it's permanently there. Just remind them.
Yeah, so I've got an Instagram page which started during COVID, and that's at mentalhealth_connect. So I often put quotes and I talk about events that I'm going to be talking at, all those types of things. So it's all positive. And I also have stories online. So if you're interested, please do connect on that. And I'm really up for giving talks and things like that to people in the community, like I said, to Kirit Bhai, but for everyone, anyone who's interested in having me for like a short session, 15-20 minutes, more than happy to come along and hopefully help.
Beautiful, Nora.
Any topic. Thank you.
Dr. Amrita will also be in touch with you. She does exactly what you do, but at a wider level, now that she's the co-convener and secretary at the Summit Mauritius, which we'll talk about later. Kirit, you have got Nora's number on your WhatsApp now. Nora, you've got Kirit's number. Let's get things going. At Healing Our Earth, we do action then and there live on the show. We can do, maybe even Dipti will share that because Dipti does outreaches there in Egypt. So it'll be very good. At Healing, we like expanding our family, working cohesively together. Nora, hang around for a moment. Dipti, global namaste, all the way from Egypt, and she does not just one subject, she dabbles into many subjects, and she's a resident at Healing Our Earth. Amrita, over to you and Dipti, and if Texas comes live, we'll butt in there and share some anti-stress vision of Radha Krishna temple. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Nora. And that was very nice. In fact, we'll be coming back to you. Please stay around, and let's move to Egypt from UK, where we have Deepthi waiting for us, who have been our regular contributor from Egypt, and she has loads of things.
Okay, Deepthi, go ahead. We are frozen.
Being an engineer, she has her studies. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. I think, Amrita, there is an intermittent problem at your end. No worry. We go to Dipti now. Dipti, go ahead and start your chit chat, and then we'll chit chat with Nora and Amrita and everybody.
Global namaste to everybody, to Neil ji, Amrita, Dr. Nora. It was wonderful listening to all of you. Tuesday, as was mentioned, is Mental Health Day, October 10th. So today, my topic would be more on emotional well-being. What is emotional health? Being a doctor, we have specialists, what to be eaten during those days, what not to be eaten those days. But today I'll be focusing more on what exactly is emotional health and how can you keep your emotional well-being in your hands. So first, what is emotional health? As I understand, it's about it's as good as it's equally important as physical health. Rather, it's even more important these days, emotional health. And what it is about how we think and how we feel. And it is about our sense of well-being, our ability to cope with the life events, and how we acknowledge our own emotions as well as those of others. It doesn't really mean, here I want to emphasize more here, it doesn't mean that you have to be happy all the time. It just means that you or one should understand what kind of emotion he or she is going through and act appropriately. It's a myth, I would say, or people have misinterpretation of understanding of emotional well-being, or people who are emotionally balanced means they are always happy, or they know how to bounce back with the negativity around his or her life, or they do not really care. No, that's not true. Emotional well-being, those people, I wouldn't say that it's not possible. Maybe it is, but it's not possible that you do not feel affected, or you are gone to that level. But sometimes we need to pretend. So there is more pretensions here than feeling. So one has to understand what kind of emotional process or thoughts he or she is going through, and how to keep it balanced, how to act accordingly. Of course, it's an aspect of mental health. And it is, as I said, it is both positive and negative emotions, which includes awareness. Here, the important word, the word is awareness of them. Emotionally healthy people have good coping mechanism for negative emotions. And they, what is the coping mechanism? It has been mentioned at several platforms. Reach out for professionals for help, or find out the reasons and understand what is required for that emotional. And for that is, for emotional well-being, we need to understand how much we care about ourselves, how much we love ourselves. So the first point I always feel is the self-love. How much we are friends, or we are friendly to our own self. When we meet others or strangers, few people have few things that we do not have. Are we feeling pitiful, or are we feeling happy that he has it or she has it? Or do we need it? Do we feel jealous? or do we just simply feel good about it? That will give you kind of a equation of where you are on your emotional well-being. Somebody insults us, we feel humiliate. Of course, it's insulting, it's humiliating. But how long it takes us to cope up with it, how long it takes us to forget it, not just forget it, just to come out of it, how long it takes us to understand that was his perception, that was his understanding of me being a certain kind of person. Or are we constantly blaming ourselves for something? Or are we constantly thinking not good about the other person? In our relationship, are we having enough love for ourselves to leave an abusive union, or are we just there for the sake of society or sake of somebody else, or just feeling that I'm not worth it? So these are all points, I would say. They're significant points which will help us, help you, me, and everybody else, that the most important thing of emotional well-being is that we need to love ourselves the most, or not just the most, we need to love ourselves. If that's what we could do, that would be enough. Do we know how to say no? This is another important point. If we do not know how to say no, then we need to learn that as well. So emotional well-being, first point I feel, is having a love of, indefinite amount of love for ourselves. Candor, next point. It actually determines the extent that how difficult ideas or troubling facts are admitted in the mind, or explored and accepted without denial. Are we able to accept what's been happening? How's things happening? Are we able to accept who am I, who we are? Are we being normal, or are we always trying to be someone else? Are we being ourselves? Are we accepting us as we are instead of just imitating somebody? I want to mention here, I'm definitely not saying that do not try to make yourself better every day. It just means that do not just blindly imitate, and because you cannot be someone else. He or she is another person. He has or she has a distinct features, different faculties of minds and everything else. So of course we can try to take good things from him, but are we accepting what we are or who we are? Are we admitting to, can we admit sometimes that I'm feeling sad, or I'm feeling confused, or I'm feeling lonely, or I'm having some kind of envy towards somebody? It's totally normal to feel all these emotions. Important thing here is that we should know that I am going through a certain type of an emotion. And when you know you're going through a certain type of emotion, then it's really very easy to come out of it. Then you know what's the, unless you know the disease, it's very difficult for a doctor. The first thing a doctor does is to analyze the situation, or, do some kind of analysis on the patient, what disease or what problem the patient has. Once the disease is known, when we know what is the problem with the patient, then it's very easy for a doctor to treat it. So the same goes here. When we know what kind of emotion, negative emotion especially, I'm more focusing here on negative emotion. If we are having some kind of negative emotion, if we understand what kind of emotion we are going through, it's easy to overcome, because we all are very intelligent people. Not because we have studied well, I'm not talking about that intelligence. We have intelligence inbuilt as human. So humans are intelligent people. Humans are intelligent. They are built that way by default. So if once we know what's the problem, it's easy to come out of it. So candor, first point was this, and second was candor. Now the third point, as I said, once we know that what is the problem, or why am I feeling this, or I am feeling depressed, stressed, envy, jealous, I have issues with somebody, I'm angry with somebody. If we are feeling, are we able to talk? Are we talking to somebody? Are we communicating to someone? Maybe directly to the person we are feeling with, or as Neil said, to somebody, to a friend, that this is what I'm going through. This is what I'm feeling. This is what I do not feel. Sometimes we are emotionless. So are we talking to somebody? Are we able to patiently and reasonably put our, this kind of a disappointment into words? That kind of more or less, I would say, enables others, because what I am feeling, it's only me who can understand. So am I able to put it in the words that enables others to see my viewpoint and internalize my pain? Am I having this capability or not? And if I'm not having this capability, then I should develop it. One should develop it. One should be able to put it in the right words so the next person understands what is exactly going on or going through this person, or am I going through a certain kind of a pain or sadness or any kind of negative emotion. And sometimes it happens when we are expecting that this result should come, and it, as Gita says, karmanyavadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachanam. It's just the work. Your job is to do the work. Here I again want to say, Gita never says karm karte raho. There is, you cannot decide what the result will be. Gita is not saying, it just says your job, your duty is to do the karma, do the duty. What will happen, this is not in your hand. This is what it says. So once we are doing something and we having definitely some kind of response expectations, and when it is not coming, do we ask someone to guess why, why it's not happening? What's going wrong? Where am I going, wrong? Where do I lack? Are we taking somebody's help? Or are we just saying, I'm not worth it. Oh, I cannot do it. Oh, this is not my cup of tea. Whatever I do, whatever I try, how much I worked, I never get it. It's very easy. I feel it's very, very easy to just blame ourselves and sit back. The world is not for those people who are just taking the blame and sitting back. World is for those who understands the problems. They are having the issues, but they are again start to work towards it. Unless they reach the goal, they're constantly working towards it with better speed, with better approach, with better communication, with better trust and better styles. So there are a lot of people, I know one or two people, they were brilliant in our school time, brilliant people. When our engineering exams, I'm basically an engineer, by the way. So when entrance exams were happening in Bharat, in India, my friend who was brilliant, but during the exam, he got sick and he could not give the exam. Unfortunately, he had some kind of a flu. He could not come out of the room and he could not appear in the exams. And hence, of course, he could not be selected. And that time, he just took this, he just not got traumatized. He just took it as a fate. I cannot be. This is not in my fate. I cannot be an engineer. I cannot be selected because this is what had happened. Why would this happen to me? Crying over a split milk. And he was a brilliant person. I feel really sorry. In spite of all the qualities he was carrying, he was way more brilliant than I was. I was very average student, by the way. So he was way more brilliant, but he could not get through the exams just because he got sick and he did not give any next attempt. So are we people who are just sitting back and just crying over and constantly telling our story? Why did we fail at a certain point? To be very honest, nobody is actually interested in why did you fail. Nobody is here to, nobody seems gives any damn why we could not do. So the world is all about, and it's not just about world, it's about us. we also care about what we could do possibly, how well. And even sometimes it's not important that you achieve something and that's what is, emotional well-being, happiness. No, it's up to us what is needed for my own sake of happiness. What is my index of happiness? What do I need from my life? And how much efforts am I putting? And efforts just does not mean, as I mentioned, the hard work. Efforts means how much integrity you have with yourself and how much trust you have with yourself. Sometimes this also happens that we are constantly feeling this world is not safe. It's a very risky world. Are we feeling the same way? If we are feeling the same way, then we need to work hard on it, because whether we like it or we don't like it, this is what the world is, and this is what we have to live in. I had read this statement long back, and it's still my personal favorite statement. It's for a child. It says, you cannot build roads for your child. Prepare your child for the roads. So this is how it is. So do not are we constantly blaming the world is like this, I cannot be this way, it's a risky world. Are we trying to control too much, or are we getting controlled too much? This is also not being of emotional health. I mean, if we want to keep ourselves healthy, we need to understand that these things are going to happen. These things are happening. These are all very uncanny situations which are, constantly tormenting us and giving us kind of resentment and, negative emotions. So understanding the emotions, and then what can we do with it? I feel, as Neil mentioned, I believe, use your body. Are we using our body enough? I feel, and I've read it also, not just I feel, I've read it. There are certain allotment of energies in our body. Like, we have certain allotment of everything. So we have certain allotment of even energies in our body. There are certain allotment of energy for intellect, for emotions, for, physical work, everything. So are we utilizing those energy allotments properly? And if we are not, then we need to do that. How often have we seen the sunrise or sunset, or just sit and do nothing, felt the breeze, walk in, gone for trekking? I'm not questioning here anyone. It's just a normal, questions we need to ask ourselves. How often do we do? Or are we always stuck with, I have meetings, I have work, I have this, I have that, I cannot do it. And if we have time, it's better to sleep. I'm tired, my body is aching. Utilize your physical energy allotment section and do something which you usually do not get time to. When we are taking our kids for traveling or holidays, most of us, what do we do is we are going to places like which are pretty fancy or famous. I would say like Dubai, or maybe I would go to UK. You people might like to come to Egypt, or I would go to, if I'm in India, then I'll go to Chennai or Mumbai. How often do we take them for boat riding? How often have we taken them to watch the jungles, walk in the jungles for hours together? These kind of exposure of nature is needed. And once we give this kind of exposure, we definitely would see that, the extreme happiness they have it. And the psychological, physiological, and physical health, which is easily manageable. They are better in position to manage this. By the way, children are also having a lot of emotional issues, stressed and depressed due to the competition, the exams, and whatsoever. So they also need it. Of course, eating the right food. Are we eating right? Is the food, I'm not an expert, we have experts sitting here. What is right for a particular body? What is right for a particular place? for a particular time. What is right for me to eat this time in Egypt might not be right for Amrita to eat in Bharat, might not be right for Neil to eat in UK. So are we taking this consideration? Because this is a time of consumerism, I want to eat apple, which is coming from Chile. I want to eat banana, which is coming from, Morocco. So are we eating the right product, the right food at the right time? Because if that product was right for you, then that product would have been in your country. If it's not growing or it's not being used in that particular country, it means it's not a right food for that country. My sincere apologies if I'm saying something wrong, because I'm not a doctor, but this is particularly my understanding. Eating the right food at the right place at the right time is very, very important. And that exclusivity, of just physical or mental work is gone if we are understanding this. And if you I read this, I think somewhere, that somebody was saying that everybody wants to be intellectually sharp. Everybody wants to be sharp. Nobody wants to be blunt. Of course, we all are progressing and working hard to sharpen our intellect every day. So here another thing is, if something is sharp, it will dissect and understand and open up things for us. So intellect has done its job. It has dissected things. It has given you the choice to see, understand, and think. Now it's us. There is something beyond intellect that we have to see, that are we doing it right? Are we eating it right? And of course, the last one would be keeping your colon clean. In yogic system, as I've understood, that the first thing is that keeping the colon clean. If your body is digesting well, if you are doing enough physical work, if you are working hard towards your mental well-being. And one point, are we giving enough importance to ourselves? It doesn't mean that I am everything. It just means that I am also existing. If I am existing, if I have a particular emotion, if I'm getting angry or upset or jealous, this is the high time I feel that we should blame others. Maybe a person, maybe the consequences, maybe the situation, maybe the people around us, or anything else. Because if something is happening in you and it is decided by someone else, I think this is the highest order of slavery. I cannot let my emotion to be ruled by the one who is sitting next to me. He or she should not have that much privilege that, she decides that I should be happy, then if she talks well, I'm happy. If she is talking something which is unpleasant to me, I feel sad. It's up to you that how are you perceiving things? How are you taking things? So that is really, really hard to get it. But, once you start to understand, I'm sure that, it's one day we all will come to that, we are our own controllers. Being an engineer, I feel engineering is something, it works in a way that I want it to work like. If I want this machine to work in a particular manner, if this machine works that way, then it is well engineered for my sense. So my body should work in a way I want it to work like. I should not let others to, engineer my own emotions. I think this is what is the biggest takeaway I would take from emotional well-being, that give yourself enough space, enough love, and reach out to people for emotional well-being. Do not keep on blaming, keep on cursing yourself. You are one of the most beautiful creature, most unique thing on this planet. Out of all this galaxy, you are formed, you are made, so you are really special. Take good care of yourself. Namaste.
Thank you so much. In fact, the kind of points that you put together regarding the emotional health, it's far more important as we talk about the mental health, because in my personal experience of being a lifestyle counselor and mental well-being consultant, I have also found like a lot of studies while consulting patients and people from around the globe, that people, so when I give a consult, it's a very private and personal thing. And the conclusion that I made from that was, all those people, youngsters or students or people who have a very stable background in form of their families, with a strong foundation of their parenthood and a strong foundation of the family grounds from their grandparents and parents, are emotionally much more sounder in taking up decisions in life and working smoothly on the roads of their life, compared to the one who have seen a lot of divorce and abuse and things like that right from the childhood. So these kind of things like apprehensions or kind of the mental instability and kind of emotional turbulence, which is now also very common among youngsters, but it is one of the very important aspects of every individual's life. So in that terms, when you talk about inner engineering, how to internally engineer yourself, I can understand, Ditiji, you are an engineer, and having such an insight from that engineering side to your perspective of philosophy and understanding the mental health of an individual is really a great way to analyze life. And the point of talking about, rather than moving onto the road, making up your road and finding up your destiny with your karmas and deeds, in fact, and filling up those values in life. So basically the foundation that comes from your family or your friends or your good relationships, as Dr. Nora also had been talking about, the relationship part of it, which plays a very important role in today's time to combat the emotional turbulence that people are facing. And that can be really given up when you talk about your strong foundations on your ethical values, and you see your self-reflection and self-reflection not in the terms of self-validation, which people look into from the online screenings and the things that they see on the outer world, because most of the time we find is, okay, if I've got 100 likes, that means people like me, that means I look good. But that's a kind of a self-validation you're putting to yourself, which might not be true. And the truth really is what you think about.
I would just interrupt here, Amrita ji.
Sure.
As you mentioned, like self-reflection, actually, we are not looking for, I feel, this is my understanding exclusively, I'm not saying, this is how I perceive. It's not about self-reflection. It's actually, we are constantly looking for creditation from others. And this is what was my point. How much likes I got it, who gave me a certain kind of a comment. I don't know, I'm not going on the social media. It's constantly happening. So I'm looking for constant accreditation from others. And that was my point. Why should I need accreditation from others? If I am good, that is it. I need to be good. I need to work hard, and I need to constantly, walk on the road which is meant for me. I do not need to have constant accreditation from, but it doesn't really mean that I'm being antisocial. This is, it's just a dimension. It's a different dimension of emotional dimension, I would call it. Emotional dimension has to be understandable, or better understanding of your own, what's going on in you. I can never understand what's going on in X or Y or Z. But if I cannot understand myself, and I want another person to understand me and execute what I should be doing it, as I mentioned, it's a kind of a slavery. It's kind of just given up on life, that I can't help it, help me. But definitely, I still do not mean that if you are in that kind of trauma or situation, please reach out to people, reach out to your family, friends, and if needed, definitely for professionals.
Yeah, because reaching out gives you a way for the flow of that water of thoughts that have been rippling in your mind, and they have created a lot of tides and high tides in your mind, and they have been moving into, which has created, I think, and then every emotion. So basically, I find emotions and the spices of life. So they are the spices of life, which sometimes can be very sweet and sometimes can be very bitter. And we are unable to find, and if, as you see in adolescence, like with kids having infatuation, not having relationship, and not having a true understanding about these things, or when you talk about online relationships that people have, where the authenticity of a relationship doesn't exist on the true sense. And in that case, when you see the turbulence of emotions, there's a lot of work that has to be linked with the mental health in terms of that, with the changing trends and times. Earlier time, what used to happen is there was less communication, less traveling. People used to know only nearby communities. People used to make relationship with their own communities in a way. And now being globalized, it's a vast media. It's a vast whole globe is one, and there's so many in that. And how do you perfectly put yourself into, and where do you are the best fit, where you are the best fit, basically makes a big difference. And then you find yourself to be lost. And that's why I agree with your point that when you talk about the reflection of knowing oneself much more better than what people talk about you is also one of the very important aspects of mental health. And adding to that, when you talk about all these things, the lifestyle trends or the following up of things, what you're eating, how you're sleeping, as Dr. Nora also pointed out, are equally important. And as Sanskriti talked about, acknowledging oneself. So all these points add up on a similar way to talk about mental health. I think few decades back, mental health was not an important topic, and neither people used to celebrate it as a day. And now these days, it's so important to talk about mental health because of the rising cases, because of the increased tendencies of people towards the mental health issues may be related with the psychosomatic disorders or anything. So what
Absolutely.
are your viewpoints, Deepti ji, about things and rising cases of the psychosomatic issues that people have nowadays with mental health? Over to you.
But in that again, I would say, but I was just to make, I'll just make a general statement. I do not think that the cases were not happening or were less. Maybe it has increased now, but it was always existing as the humanity was existing, because it's not just that how I feel or how I grow. I believe it's also something to do with the hormones as well, something medically. So we'll not go into the medical perception, but while raising, I think the first thing, if you go to school, I mean, if you have kids, if you go for any parent-teacher meet, this is what is my observation. If you go to any parent-teacher meet, whatsoever your child is doing, the teacher would say he's doing great. He has high potential. He's wonderful. He's this and he's that. So from KG1, from preschool, we started, to boost our children or kids in such a way that you are phenomenal, you are gorgeous, you are amazing. Why are we not preparing them? As I said, why are we not preparing them for the roads? Why are we making roads for them? So why don't we say, see, here you're good, here you're not. So you need to work here. For that, you need to, you need to work on, or you need to give extra time, or you need to understand. We are consistently saying that, oh, you're wonderful, you're blessed. This is a new style of raising kids. Maybe it's a westernized style or something, but so we need to start raising or accepting situations and act accordingly, instead of just overlooking everything and giving a very shallow kind of shallow images we are constantly making our images better and better and better. I always want to look my best. Why? Why do I have to look best every time, each day, to each of my friend in each of my pictures? If we click pictures in simple, yesterday I was in one of the evening birthday, my friend's birthday. We clicked like 15 pictures in the same posture. What was happening was, because every third time somebody was saying my eyes are closed, or I'm not looking well, or my dupatta is not seen properly, or something or the other. I'm sure you are all going through this. So here, if you analyze this, why are we feeling? What was important there? That we 15 people were together and we enjoyed the evening. But where was the importance given instead of that? How am I looking in this particular picture? How much individualism has come to us? It's not important that, oh my God, we are meeting after like 6 months, 8 months. Let's celebrate the togetherness. It's not important how I'm looking in a particular picture. I'm in this picture, that's enough because we were together. It's a memory. No, I have to look my best. I should look slim, I should look fair, I should look this. And this are beauty standards given by this media, whatever is the beauty standard. So I feel we have to come out of it that, this is what is my actual point. Acceptance of yourself, what you are, accept it and love it. Like we love our own kids. If my child is dark or fat or pale or tall or anything, I'm going to love him or her, isn't it? It doesn't really matter how he or she looks. We are loving it. So why don't we love ourselves the way we are? Why are we going for, I wouldn't say for the perfectionism, because it's not perfectionist. There is nothing perfection. It's just the standards set up by this society, and we are getting trapped in this septic tank of perfectionism. And we are, that way, whether we feel it or not, we are being very individualistic. We are giving ourselves excessive importance on wrong beings, on wrong things. We need to love ourselves. We are not doing that. We are constantly targeting ourselves. Why we are not looking good? Why in this picture I am not good? So I think these are very basic
things.
Very basic things we can start with. And even with the kids, I would say, I just add one point. I mean, having the relationship or having friends, it's wonderful to know people across the globe. I never met you, I never met any of you, but we feel like I feel that I know you well. So why don't we celebrate this beauty instead of falling in the trap of what if X leaves me? Let him leave, let her leave. What difference it's gonna make? I'm going to feel bad. Of course you will feel bad. Emotional well-being is just, you need to understand this is happening because of X and Y. And once you know this is happening because of a particular reason, then you're coming out of it very easily. I think so. This is one.
Thank you, Thank you, Dipti. Thank you, Amrita. What we'll now do, Kirit, you can just summarize what happened with the last session with Dipti. We want to go to Italy. So we want to leave Egypt now. We were in India, we were in America. We want to go to the Italy here in a moment. Rope in Irene Gambina as well. So benvenuto, Irene, global namaste to you. And if you could just unmute yourself, we say hello to you.
Hello to everybody.
Hello, and just stay around. We'll be with you in a moment. Kirit, over the next couple of minutes, if you summarize the previous session with Dipti in Egypt, then we want to bring in Irene. We keep on chatting, and we might have to go to America or to the live book launch. So Kirit, your comment for next couple of minutes.
Okay, so thank you, Dipti. What you've articulately presented was, it's self. It's, you know how you're feeling, you know how the individual will be feeling. So the importance of self-care is something that we really need to focus on. And it's just fortunate that you can only spend, if you do need to see a therapist, that time with a therapist is very time limited. You may have 30 minutes, you may have an hour, but the rest of the time, until your next time, you're having to deal with it yourself. So if you can find some mechanisms of self-care, and that's why we've luckily found an excellent organization in India who's developed, they're called Yaya Life. They've developed their own self-care packages on dementia, on anxiety, a well-being toolkit. And what we've done is we've decided that we need to train our own, grow our own well-being ambassadors or well-being champions, so that they learn about how they can share their skills and knowledge. These are not people who are psychiatrists or mental health practitioners, but what they can do is pass on some simple tips on emotional well-being and help people going through various challenges. They may not need to see a therapist, because just by focusing on their well-being, as you presented, will help them to start managing and self-caring for themselves. So simple things like healing our earth are always focusing on is meditation, breathing, and then music therapy as well is another form of self-care. So again, thank you for raising that, because like you, I'm trained in social work, but I wouldn't say I'm an expert in mental health. I've worked in addictions, I've worked in mental health, but most importantly, it's about how we offer our skills and insight, and then we can signpost people to where they need that support. But sometimes it's that relationship building, and trust is the key factor. So if they can build a trust with you, then you could take the next step of where you signpost them. But Neilbhai, that's what I'm going to say for this time being.
Thank you, Kirit, and we'll come back to you. Stay around. Let's go to Italy. We'll just temporarily say goodbye to Egypt. Dipti, hang around. We'll be having chit-chat in a while. So it's wonderful. Amrita, let's go to Italy, where Irene Gambina is there, and let's welcome her. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Global Namaste, Irena.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be here, and this is an important day.
Yeah. Please tell us a little about you, your profession, and what you're going to share. What have you lined up for us? Over to you now.
Okay. I would like to. I have a little presentation if you want to see something. If you want, can I share some images?
Yes, you can. And in fact, first tell us about yourself so that people can know who you are.
Yeah. Okay. I'll start with this. Okay. Can you see this?
Yes, you can. Yes.
Okay. I'm very glad to be here because today is a World Mental Health Day, and my life and my work mission is mental health. And because who I am, I'm a psychologist, psychotherapist, Jungian oriented, psychodiagnostic, and craniosacral therapist. I'm a therapist of the psyche. I'm from Italy, and I'm from Padova. Padova is a little city near Venice and in the north of Italy. I would like to start to do what I do in my practice. I do individual psychotherapy, individual craniosacral therapy, and groups in particular with health that me, Amrita, and my sister Marika, we founded this little association to promote the health. And I would like to start to do something for me. It is so important. What does it mean for me, Jungian psychotherapist? Jungian psychotherapist takes part of the psychodynamics theories. The psychodynamic theories have one big assumption, that is, the unconscious exists. And this phrase of Jung say until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And what is for me, and also for Jungian therapists, the mental health. The mental health for us is the realization of the totality of the personality. And it is probably a difficult phrase, but we can explain easily. In ourselves, we have different parts, like a puzzle, an unsettled puzzle. And these parts are in part conscious, that conscious is all we know about us, and unconscious part, that we don't know this part. The goal is connect all these parts in one unit. Okay, why? Why we have to do this for mental health? We have to do this with mental health because the unconscious parts are disturbant. The unconscious is disturbant because this image can explain. The conscious parts are what we can see of the iceberg. The unconscious part is all we can see. And we know that in one iceberg, the part under the water is bigger than the part on the water. And what are unconscious parts? What parts are? The parts are instincts, for example, deny parts, traumas, fears, part of our body. And why they are disturbant? Because sometimes these parts can freeze us. In some moments, we can stop, we feel freeze. In some moment, this part can talk for us. For example, lapsus. I said one word, I would like to say another word. And sometimes, okay, this word can be not happy, the people around us. Okay. In some time, this part can act in our place. And sometimes this part make us argue with someone else. And all of this causes a stress, for example, no? But we are a unit, and the goal is integrate all these parts, all the unconscious parts. What does it mean? We have to become awake and integrate, become a unit like this puzzle. This is a goal, this is an utopia, but we have to keep in our mind, how can I integrate all my parts? How can I know which part are this? And okay, I think I explain a little bit what is for me mental health. Mental health is know every day a little bit more about me, about the parts that I don't know, but they are in me. What do you think about this?
Yeah, that's true, Irina. I agree with that. Yes. Move further. Yes.
Yes, I think it is a good way to understand us and be in health, because this part can cause this also something, some psychopathology, for example, not only stress, and it is very important. Can I explain something more? Can I?
Yes, please, yes.
Which part do you think I can explain more? How people can ask me something, for example. I would like to.
So you have shared up your view about the integration of unconscious and conscious being, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
And so the connection of that conscious and unconscious being may be in the form of your instincts, or maybe in the form of your denial. So how do you see that people, because they are very, very close relationship between your hidden instincts that a person feels, and that can be stressing if you want something and that is not fulfilled, it can come as a stress. So that is an unconscious level of stress that is coming and is combating your mental health. For example, a child wants to have a laptop, or a child wants to have a mobile, and right, and it's the instinct that I must have something, though he's afraid of talking about that to his parents, or he doesn't have money for that, or he is afraid of telling others about his desires about life. So his instincts basically become a stress for him, right? So how, in your perspective of Jungian theory, you think is an important, what kind of parameters do you guide people or patients? So like, we can wind up the screen if you are finished with it and come on the board and talk about it. Thank you.
Okay, this example that you said before, it is very interesting because this example talk about a relation, the relation between a parent and a kid. Okay, my kid asked to me, okay, I want a computer, I want something, I want a device. I don't have enough money to buy, or I don't know if the kids want, or I don't want to give it to him. There is a little bit, a little war in myself. I want, but I don't want. I don't have enough money. I have enough money. I would like to give to him, but in the same time, I don't want to give to him because I know that devices for kids are dangerous, for example. Or if this war is in me, I transmit to the kid this war. And how can I take the unconscious part of this war inside me to the kids, not to the kids, to myself. I'm sorry, to myself. Okay, for me, the best way are dreams. Dreams talk to us, give us messages. How we can read messages, this is a little bit difficult part. But we have to read them. Okay, this is a message for me. I try to understand. It's not a clear message, text message, for example. It talks in images. And I try to understand that images. What does they mean?
Irene, can you stop screen share? We can't see you. We need to.
Okay.
We stop screen share, and then let's go to Mala, who has got a question. Amrita, let's bring in Mala as well. Irene, stop screen share.
Wait a moment. I stop it. I'm sorry. I can't stop it. I'm sorry.
Okay, wait.
Okay, is that okay?
Wait just one moment. I will break it out of that. Bear with me one moment. Yes.
Mala, by the time you can put up your question, what you have from Irene.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the screen share is stopped now. Mala, go ahead and
Unmute
put your
yourself.
question in.
Okay.
Mala. Global namaste to you. A long time. I'm really happy to see you, Mala.
Global namaste and bonjour. I was away for the Rugby World Cup and taking a break, and I'm so happy to and delighted to be back. And thank you for having me on board again. Very interesting subject. It's affecting everybody rapidly. Irene, a question for you from a clinical point. You mentioned, it's in your subconscious, but what is, say, for instance, a family has a normal upbringing, well, whatever normal means in a family, and there's no trace of immediate mental health issues in the family, or perhaps they couldn't trace it down generations, and suddenly this child is born and there's issues, clinical issues, behavioral patterns, aggression, and then they put on medication, and then you can't react, and then the medication has the adverse effects on this child and life gets worse. But holistically, how do we help people like this? Because I'm seeing this more and more in the borough I'm living in, which has a very high rate of mental health issues, and most of them are referred to the experts and the professionals, psychiatrists, and they've been prescribed medication, which is either an overdose or high dose, and something they shouldn't be on.
Yeah, this is a big problem, the medicalization of the psyche, because mental health, a real mental health, need time and need care. And we in this world, we don't have time. We don't have the possibility to take care really about someone else. And this is the problem of the medicalization. We have people must be okay in 10 days. But this doesn't resolve, doesn't help the people. They can calm the people that has mental health problem, for example, psychopath, have a high psychopathology, but they doesn't resolve. We know, I think we know that the time and the care is the most important one. And yeah, psychotherapy is long in time, but it works. It works in long time in the future. Overall for kids, not only for kids, but overall, if they had big problems or other. I think it is one point of view to see the medicalization. I answered enough. I'm sorry. Your question was very big. I hope to explain something to answer.
Right.
So Irene, tell me, in Italy, do you, is there a national, does the government provide national health for stress and mental stress in Italy?
No, there isn't.
So it is on a private basis, is it?
We have a health government organization. All the people that need something for health can go to the hospital or other structure for health. Health is also all, for example, physical health, but also mental health. But today, the mental health is very expensive for the government, and they usually prefer to give some drugs, medicalization, therapy.
And Irene, because people have started living longer, do you feel that the mental health problems and Alzheimer and other diseases that where people tend to forget, and also because of that they get mental stress, do you think that in Italy they are taking care of the elderly population, the people who are older?
Oh, okay. Yeah. We have a particular specialization of the doctor that is for old people. And we know old people are characterized about some psychological problems. For example, depression of the old people is very common in Italy. It's very common for two things. The first thing is in the old time of the life, we retire in ourselves, and this is called depression. And the second one, in Italy, we don't have big families. We have nuclear families, and the old people are alone. And the depression is one of the symptoms. Always is accompanied with anxiety. And it is a very big problem for Italian people. And we take care about these people, and not with the government people, with the government doctors, but with association, for example, that take care with these people.
Kirit, so you heard what Irene and her presentation said. What are your comments for Irene and moving forward? Let's give tips to the people who are listening to us on social media, on YouTube, on Facebook, on website, on Twitter, so we can give them some nice tips. Okay, over to you. Your thoughts about Irene Gambina's presentation.
Irene, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. How are you working with the community, particularly around, obviously we can have the psychotherapists and the psychiatrists, but how are you working to create the awareness? Because I'm sure there is still stigma of mental health within the communities in Italy. So how is that happening? How are you tackling stigma? And then the second point really is we find that we've got to find the solutions ourselves from the community. So like I mentioned previously about creating mental health ambassadors, those people who have had the lived experience to be the messengers. So just those thoughts really.
Yeah, this is a point for me that is very an ethical point for me, this one, because I would like to share with the people, all the people, that mental health is important. First, mental health is important. Take care about your mental health. How? For me, my guide, the guide inside me, and also Jung teach me, you take care of one people, and these people can be a witness about the unconscious part and can share with other people. Himself mental health. Mental health is contagious, and if we have a lot of people in health, these people can share, and this is very important for me to share mental health.
So I think that you're saying
not
is that
so practical, not so practical, I know.
Oh, no. You're saying that having conversations, so we need to speak more about mental health, and that's the only way we will be able to then normalize it. Is what you're trying to say as well, which is definitely right.
No, I don't know. Normalize for me is don't sound so good. Okay. I prefer something to say, be yourself as you are.
Sure.
Normalize as massification of the people. I don't like massification. I like to be myself. I want to be myself. And I think also you want to be yourself. I think this is mental health.
Sorry, when I meant normalize, I mean, if we don't talk about mental health, then we will keep it in our four walls in our homes, and we will not, reach out for that support. So that's why creating conversations is the key.
Yeah.
Can you just hold on a moment? Honey has joined in, although the session is gone. We'll just say hello to her. Honey, Global Namaste, how are you?
Oh, global namaste to everyone. Hi, what fantastic discussions you guys are having. It's amazing. And thank you for sharing such amazing information, which I think would be so beneficial for our audience members worldwide. I'm just on my way to a wonderful book launch. So I'm going to be there literally in 5 minutes, and we'll get a chance to speak to a few really wonderful attendees there. Writing books is one of the best ways to express yourself as well. So I think it's also very good for mental health purpose, when you learn to express yourself in the best way possible. So, Neil, I just wanted to say to all our lovely guest contributors who are here, they're doing an amazing job. They're sharing such amazing information today.
Thank you, honey. Yeah, we got the next session lined up. In case if you get to the book and you find Hansa, maybe we'll give her 5 more minutes. You get there, drive safely, and we'll chat with you later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Neil. See you soon. Bye, everyone.
Okay, Mala. Mala, you seem to have a comment or two. So, Mala, unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes, that word, culture, about speaking up, I think culture plays a big role here, where we within certain cultures, we avoid expressing ourselves and the hidden mental health issues we have within our cultural or religious communities as well. It seems like, I think if you look back in time during those Western Elizabethan or aristocratic times, if you had mental health issues, you were locked up and the keys were thrown away. And now in modern times, we can express ourselves. It gradually, is starting to open up, where everyone's starting to have some type of mental health issues, be it depression or be it clinical, or just sort of, just the usual need for help. This needs to be raised because we still have these issues in our various religions and cultural groups, and the stereotypical, divisions between people of different classes, races, and cultures. And it needs to, be raised more often, that it's okay to feel like that, but just reach out for help as well. And there are many platforms for this as well. And like Honey mentioned, the writing is one way of getting it out. That's a very powerful point. If you write your thoughts, and it could help so many people as well. And sometimes we don't realize our ability or inability inside us if we put pen to paper, and how much comes out of us, and how much of that issues and depression we could release through writing as well. So there's lots to talk about. It's such a broad subject. I'd like if somebody, maybe Kirit, Mystery, if you could talk more about the cultural aspects and how some of our cultures avoid talking about it.
Sure. I think we have this. We kind of have this frame of the services of trying to operate on a one-size-fits-all, and it doesn't work, because it shows that our communities need to be bespoke accordingly, and we need to look at how we engage them from the cultural aspect, how we engage them from a religious aspect as well, because that's something that we tend to turn when we have a mental health crisis or a mental health challenge. We will turn to our faith. We'll look at, faith is a way of trying to seek that solace. also from a cultural point of view, because stigma and taboo is something that we are shying away from, we need to kind of have those open conversations, and that's something that we really need to. But from a service point of view, you'll hear from, you know, one of our ambassadors later on is in terms of how the services, when she approached the services, wasn't tailored. It was more like the therapist wasn't coming from the background that she was from, and hence, you know, couldn't relate to the kind of challenges of living in coming from an Indian family, and the challenges around, you know, extended family, and also more importantly, how you address those cultural kind of challenges. And sometimes those therapists need to be better competent around the different cultures. And that's your point really, is that this one size fits all doesn't work, and we have to ensure the services, but also we don't need to enter services. We may have to do that self-caring, which I mentioned earlier, because sometimes that's your starting point. And you mentioned about writing, but art therapy is something also. Art is something that helps people, you know, manage their well-being better, and music. So I hope that the next session we'll be talking more around, you know, the services and how people can access better services.
Rita, just a quick question to you, as an Ayurvedic specialist as well. I mean, there's different levels of mental health and depression, anxiety. For us intermediate, or basic people with these issues, what could you prescribe holistically in terms of Ayurvedic medicines or exercises or?
Yeah, there are a lot of things. Thank you, Mala, for asking this question. There are a lot of things that holistically we have been prescribing. In fact, what Dr. Nora had been talking about, your workouts are so important. So lifestyle management, that's why incorporates a healthy life, the theme that we have kept for the Mauritius Summit and the fest that we are going to organize from 17th of April to 23rd of April 2024 at Mauritius. The idea behind this is, again, the perspective to know and educate people about healthy living. And that healthy living is not just about the physical health, it's about the mental health. So in terms of mental health, whatever activity you are doing is getting into the subconscious part. So what Irene has been talking about, the meeting of conscious and unconscious, and what your dreams float into, or what your instincts have been. So a lot of holistic tips are there in terms of what kind of things you do, what activities you do, your hobbies orientation, your creativity orientation, the things that you basically like to do will always give you a positive boost. So suppose I love gardening, or I love nature. One very important point that, in fact, that was put forward by Deepti ji from Egypt, talking about nature. Recently, I had been in touch with people where I'm writing some work on forest therapy and mental well-being. So there's a great work which is going on in Japan and Brazil, in the forest areas of these countries, where people are studying about forest therapy and mental health. So how the incorporation of living in the forests helped people to stay mentally healthy. We all know that our ancestors, we come from the ancestors of indigenous tribes from wherever we are, or whichever part of the world we are. But they have been raised in the jungles, in the areas of the forest with a natural habitat. And those natural habitat had been one of the very important keys of mental health. And that is why, not denying the fact that there had been no existence of mental problems, but it was pretty less compared to now, where we have segregated ourselves from nature. In fact, this kind of a thing was very easily seen in the condition when we were in lockdown at the times of pandemic. When we made ourselves secluded from that, so many people suffered from mental disorders, so many people. And the stigmas of those mental illnesses still are traumatized in many people's minds and bodies, and they don't want to remember even the pandemic time. And these kind of aspects, connecting yourself to the being of your evolution, will always give you happiness. That is why visiting your ancestors, visiting your parents, visiting your family, your friends. Festivities are a very good medium to have a mental health. And that's why we all look forward. Now we are looking forward to Diwali at Trafalgar Square. We are looking forward to Diwali at our homes. We are looking forward to the festivities, and that gives us happiness. So the thoughts are in connection with a lot of things in community and whatever we are connected with. And that's the holistic approach of Ayurveda.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. That's wonderful. You've been here since very early hours. So we'll suggest you go and have a tea and coffee break for a while, and we'll continue here with our next host, Kirit here. Amrita, you've done very well. Irene, stay around. We'll ask Lata for a question here or a comment that she has got. Lata, unmute yourself and your comment, please.
Global Namaste, everyone. Hi. Believe it or not, I've forgotten what my question was because I was so absorbed.
Okay, Lata, no worry. We'll come back to you. Think of it and just
Yeah.
put your hand up, okay? Thank you. Mala, you had another comment. So Mala, go ahead and put your comment, please.
Yes, Amrita mentioned the pandemic, and also during the pandemic, a lot of people have lost families. Grief is another issue where when you can't cope with grief and loss of life, that could lead to mental issues as well, and it could get really serious. And trying to find ways to escape this, escape mental health issues. Escapism, like, if she's talking about, say, the forest therapy, or maybe, group therapy. There's just different ways. Now, I can speak from my own experience in terms of grief as well. It's so important. You can actually just shut down during that, or you just need support. But the support is very important, and it's sometimes it's so hard to get it right because of your state of mind. I don't know if anyone wants to elaborate on this in terms of grief and mental health issues, how it could affect you. It's such a big subject, and it's a very sensitive subject. A lot of people are either recovering or still going through the grief during pandemic, where they had loss of life, or just in general life, where you have unexpected death in families, or or wherever in life. So we need people to give us some other advice on how to deal with this. Any other advice there, Kirit? Any tips from you? Or
I think it's I think Dr. Irina's got her hand up, so I'll let Irina take this, and then I'll come and share.
Yeah, I would like to underline one thing. Amrita said, okay, we have to use something, everything. For example, forest therapy or something else. Yeah, I think it is important, and I think it is important to integrate all the therapy, because the therapy that works in Italy doesn't work in India, for example, because there isn't a cultural connection with the Western therapy. We have to create this connection. I think it is very important, because we are individual, and all the individual need a different kind of therapy. And if we integrate a lot of therapy, we can share a lot of mental health. I think it is very important to create mental health.
And going back to your point, Marla, around
that's a very good point.
Sorry, go for it, Marla. Go for it.
No, you go for it. Yeah.
No, I was saying, going back to your point about the importance of bereavement and dealing with loss. I think it's inevitable that that's where you will need to seek, or the people need to seek, that specialist support, which is something that will help them work them through that experience of what they've gone through. And I think that's something that we have to look at specialists that, therapists that can deal with, it could be trauma, it could be around, loss of bereavement. And obviously with COVID, we've seen quite a lot of people losing their family members. So, and they're having to kind of cope without seeking help, feeling that they can do it themselves. But sometimes they're not going to be able to do it themselves. So seeking the right help is really important.
Thank you, Kirit. Thank you, Mala. Stay around. We've got Honey, which there was a 4 o'clock session. She was supposed to be at a book. She might be there. And Hansa, let's say a quick hello, otherwise we move on. Honey, unmute yourself. And you are at the venue where the live book launch is taking place. Honey, unmute yourself.
Just for yourself what it said. So it's quite an interesting, and I do like acronyms. And one of the best ones I've come across.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, we could hear the book launch. So, Honey, you don't have Hansa next to you?
I don't. There's a really fantastic book launch going on right now. It's amazing. Yeah. We've got lots and lots of audience members here. I'm looking forward to speaking to a few of them very shortly. But as you can tell, there's some really nice hosting going on here, as you can see.
Okay, Honey, come when Hansa is with you or you got an audience. We need to move on with our other sessionists. So when you are ready, come on, stay on the line. Keep the camera landscape so that we can have a full picture. Chat with you in a while. Thank you.
Sure. Speak to you soon. Thank you.
So there was a book launch going from one of our own members who we wanted to plug over there. Kirit, what we will do, let's go to Saroj because she's been here since the start, and Saroj is actually has got a practical implication that we can bring out, which will be useful. Mala, hang around. Irene, if you're okay, stay around because it'll be nice to listen to what Saroj has to say, and then we can all make comments over on that. So, Kirit, take it over. Move on to Saroj over there. Saroj, global namaste and welcome to you.
Hello, global namaste to everyone as well. I've been listening to everyone's views on regarding mental health, and it's quite really interesting to hear from different backgrounds of different of everyone's input in regards to this. Just want to sort of share my personal journey or lived experience in regards to this. I've gone through of mental health, and so has my children as well. And it was something that sort of triggered it off of having a bad marriage with my ex. And obviously I've gone through so much emotional in regards to going through a physical abuse and sort of like coming out from there, sort of which leading me to sort of being gaslighted by my ex, which led me to questions, to question myself on my own reality of who I am. And with all this, my children grew up seeing all these things happening. And for us, it was something that, it was out of our control. So when we talked about grief, I've gone through grief as well. Sadly, I lost my son through this, and it was something that's because obviously he watched what was happening. When I sort of got out of the marriage, I took my children with me, but we weren't ourselves. And we sort of, sought help to try to see if we could get help elsewhere. But it was quite difficult because the thing is that every time we started going for help, we weren't getting the correct help. Whereas my son, he felt like he didn't need any help. So it was just me and my daughter. We just went to a local NHS and, started seeing counselling and things like that. Sadly, I lost my son, as I explained, through suicide, and he was 19 years old, university student. I think for him, it's basically, he sort of felt like he was trying to be the man, trying to sort of like, look after me and my daughter, but sadly, he needed help himself. And obviously, being in a position to sort of it's a bit overwhelming, being in a position not to sort of, trying to get help for myself, I couldn't see beyond that. Even my own children was, needed that help. But for me, it's like when he sort of passed away, it was a big change, a big grief. And I had to make that decision in regards to choosing a path, thinking to myself, yeah, what do I do now? Do I sort of, grieve for the rest of my life? Or do I take a path where I need to become a bit stronger for myself and my daughter? Because it was something, I found it very difficult. Again, I started seeking help through counselling again, trying to approach the NHS. And obviously I wasn't getting the right help I wanted. The reason being because obviously I was going through grief and also going through mental health myself. It was quite difficult. So I had to, find something. I had to resource again for myself and trying to find something that fits within the South Asian community. Eventually, I did find like a local group. It wasn't like a counseling session, but it was more of a support group. And I think here, I could say it really feels like it failed me in that, not getting that help. So in regards to this is just my journey in regards to, what I've gone through. I have sort of like, I have sort of, tried to change a lot of things in regards to trying to become a stronger person. But then yet, sorry, can everyone hear me? Because someone's saying that they cannot hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay. Someone's just in the chat. Sorry, I do apologize.
No, you are very loud and clear. So just please ignore. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, so I sort of had to change my whole career again. I gave up my finance career to doing something different. And with that, I started sort of, how can I say, I had one friend who sort of reached out to me. She was a film producer and she sort of reached out to me and she said, Suraj, can I do a documentary if that's okay with you? And here she sort of did a documentary on a diary to my son, which Giribai knows as well, in regards to for me to sort of get a little platform to speak out what my journey was going through. And then this sort of like opened doors to social media contacting me, organizations like Sahar from Kirit, to share my experience and to go out into the community and talk about my lived experiences. Even at the same time, I was sort of grieving. I found it so difficult, sort of like trying to get my life back on track, but it's not the same. Obviously, my daughter, she lost her brother at the age of 14, whereas my son was 19 at that time. And it was something that we had to sort of like work together. Luckily, I had good close friends. I had good family support, trying to sort of, help us and guide us as well. And I think that's quite important, family and friends, to be that support. But then at the same time, you would have all these other organizations, like I've got in touch with Sahar, Sahar got in touch with me, I should say, and, just giving me that platform to go out into the community, visiting, going into temples, going into little community centers and just talking about it, because I think it's quite important to educate different generations. So it's not just only youngsters or, it was even the older generations that we had to educate as well and to make them understand what mental health was. So that was quite important. Along with this, became a mental health ambassador with Sahar, and with this it's given me another platform to go out and help myself as well at the same time. Going out in the community, But then at the same time, I also had other parents sort of reaching out to me as well. I would have youngsters reaching out to me. I would have, mothers reaching out to concerned on their children as well. I had friends reaching out as well for another person, or for themselves. And then for me, it's like I felt like, that's because obviously I'm sharing my stories, I'm still, my living experiences, and then they would require advice and things like that, and I would signpost them to the right organization. And out of this, I felt really good what I was doing. At the same time, even my daughter, now obviously growing up, obviously my son passed away it's been 6 years. So now she's become a bit stronger. She's getting a lot of things that she's doing with Sahar as well, with Mind. She's getting involved in a lot of things that, it's helped her as well. Also, I've started now sort of writing a book, and like obviously someone mentioned about, writing down things, it does help. Yes, I totally do agree. So I've actually started, a publisher got in touch with me again, and obviously I'm a co-author of having a book published soon with 30 women going, with their own journey as well. So all these things, what I'm doing, it does help me as well. And I feel that I've really benefited, even though I know I've lost my son, but if I can sort of help someone else and also help myself as well at the same time, I really feel that I'm doing something good. And yeah.
So that's really, I've known you now for a few years, and it's really, every time I hear you speak, you are such an inspiration, because obviously what you've gone through, what you've had to deal with. But just before we get the questions in, how have you managed to, deal with the loss of obviously your son, but also how have you coped yourself? Because obviously going through your own personal mental health journey that you have dealing with, and who was, obviously you mentioned support groups, but you've had to deal with it quite a lot. And I do know you've used art therapy as well as a way of using your way of coping. So just tell us, some of our listeners in terms of, or viewers who have tuned in from, you're being heard from around the world. So really what you're saying and your experience will be touching a lot of our viewers.
I think one, you need to have real positiveness around you. So having like good friends and good family around, that's a good support. I had to make a decision in regards to changing my job, and that's helped me as well. Getting into organizations like yourself, Gerrit, I feel like it's given me a platform to go out and talk. I think I have become a stronger person, and it's making me more stronger each day. And it's not only that, I see even my daughter, she's sort of like looking at mums doing all this. Yeah, and it's making her stronger. And I think she's ready to be an inspiration speaker herself. She's also started writing book. Mom's done the book, she's started writing. So I want to do the same thing. So I'm encouraged. I think she's just getting encouraged by me, by not even saying anything, but she feels like she wants to do things like that. So I think it's quite important to stay strong. Yeah.
I've got Marla who wants to ask a question. Can we unmute Marla?
Okay. Woo, what a powerful message for everybody. It's the hardest thing for a mother or parent to go through. Nothing can comprehend what you're going through. I wanted to say, firstly, would you be able to share your details on the group? I'm sure there are people that want to talk to you further and that could relate. And another thing is a very important point you made on communities, having that support community around you. Sometimes it's hard to express yourself and access that. Are there specific community groups, or are there religious community groups, cultural community groups, or like your normal,
It's the thing is, right, when I say community, it can be anyone. It's open to everyone. It doesn't have to even be the South Asian community itself. I've trained myself being a mental health first aider for work. So tomorrow and Tuesday, I'll be doing a presentation with the work colleagues again. My next step is also like to reach out to university students as well. So, you know, it doesn't just stop being within the South Asian community. I want to broaden. I want to see if I can, you know, just share my living experience, and hopefully it's something for someone sort of like feels like they can actually open up and see, okay, sorry, she's gone through so much. You know, it might be just a word of mouth from one person to another. Okay, I know someone's going through a similar situation. I've actually had few mothers from the South Asian community themselves. They've actually approached me and getting some advice in regards to they've lost their son, you know, their children through suicide, but they felt so afraid they couldn't be open and talk about it. And when I did ask, they just feel like they're embarrassed, or that is something that shouldn't be talked about. Again, at the same time, we look about also, and someone's mentioned about, sorry, I'm not good with names, but someone did mention in regards, is inherited within the family as well. I started sort of digging up my history of my family, and apparently I found a lot of, you know, lot of depression, a lot of stress going through in my family. So it could be inheritance. I've even sort of found that, you know, someone's actually also died of suicide as well within the family. So it's all this connection does build up. But it's one of those things, how do we deal with it? How do we stop it? What is the stigma? You know, all these questions, we all have to listen to different types of views. I'm still learning. I'm not saying, you know, I know everything, but I learn every day. And like I say, mental health is my passion. And it's like, you know, if I can save even one life, I feel so rewarded that I've done something good.
That's amazing.
Sorry, yeah, you mentioned young people, and this is where the problem is these days. We're living in this digital world. Young people are suppressing their thoughts. They can't speak. And as a result, they've forgotten how to communicate, and they're terrified. And whatever they communicate through technology, it comes out the wrong way, and it gets worse, as we all know. We've seen it. So, yeah, do put your name on the, you know, your details. I think a lot of people are going to need your help. There's just so many ways of, you know, helping people, and your inspiration, I must say.
Yes, thank you, Marla, for those comments. And again, you know, I think what you said, Sodwan, is that, you know, since you became a mental health ambassador, and certainly, you know, you've been on a few programs now. One is certainly the World Health Organization MHGAP program, which Professor Nandini from Leicester has been training quite a few of us in terms of being ambassadors on the manual, but also Yaya Life's Wellbeing Program and the toolkit. So how important is obviously what is your role as an ambassador? You touched upon it, but what other things have you been doing as a role as an ambassador?
I think working with you yourself, Giribai, is the most, you know, a good opportunity for me to learn. You've given me that stand where I can sort of, you know, go out in public, you know, be that inspiration speaker. I didn't have no confidence. And I think as a mental health ambassador, you learn through so much things. You become that support for somebody else. And, you know, I find that it's not only for somebody else, I support myself as well with this. And, you know, just going out and just sort of, you know, giving those little inspiration talks about what, you know, and things like this, and somebody reaching out to you is such a rewarding experience. So I must say, you know, the more we can get on as a mental health ambassador, it really does reach out. Not only that, this at one time, like I mentioned, I needed to find a resource for myself to sort of, you know, find that support for grief and mental health, and I couldn't find it. But here now I can feel that there is, being a mental health ambassador, people can reach out.
Great. I think you're showing, obviously I've known you for a couple of years, and how you've grown, but also the resilience you show is just, it gives me really, it's good to see we have got ambassadors like yourselves. And this is what I've been advocating throughout this program today, is that people like yourselves are the ones who are the right messages. And the film that's been made, I think we will put it in the chat. We will also, we need to get your story out as wide as possible. And the talk you did, in the temple recently, again, from that audience, people were, after hearing your story, that's when, it kind of people felt confident to come out and speak about it. So we need to do more of those. I think we'll also be hearing from Keval, who's going to be joining us. And, he's also going to talk more about the young people. But I want to get both of you on a Q&A just after Keval's talked as well. But is there any final message you really want to share to the viewers to give some inspiration? You've been inspiring me for a few years, but what can we give our viewers as well?
I just feel that, if you know anyone who's going through, who needs that support, do reach out to a mental health ambassador, reach out to, just ensure that there are services available now. Also another thing is that, I believe that, number one, you should be looking after yourself as well.
Right. I've got Neil and Honey as well.
Gary, this was a very interesting session where people on the social media find it very practical, because Saroj is not only now an ambassador, she's actually gone through a situation where she would be able to help people as a parent, as somebody she would be able to not just sympathize, she'll be able to empathize with people because she has gone through the matters. Saroj, stay around. Keval is around as well. Kirish, shortly we'll just go and see if we are at a book launch where maybe people are waiting, and then Keval will be here. After listening to Keval, we'll still have a chit chat. So, yes. Honey, if you can read me, Honey, if you unmute yourself. Honey, if you can read me, unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. Hi, Neil. I'm here live here at Hansa Kanya's lovely book launch. It's and really amazing.
Honey, before you start, just landscape your camera. So go on top and click it, so you'll be landscape, so we can see better. If you just landscape your camera, that's it, perfect.
It doesn't seem to work.
Yes, it's perfect. Keep it like this, it's perfect.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so if you can see us, fantastic. Maybe I can ask someone to hold this for us, so we can get our Hansa here.
If someone can hold it for you and you can listen to us, we'll give you about 5-7 minutes before we move on, because we've got the other guests. So carry on.
Thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. So welcome to Healing Our Earth. Here you have Honey Kalaria tuned in right now live. I'm really, really looking forward and super excited to interview a very, very exciting and a very inspirational lady, Hansa Kanya. And I just want to say welcome. Hello, Hansa.
Global namaste
to all the audience of Healing Our Earth. Lovely to be here and lovely to have you, honey. Oh, it's just, I couldn't miss it. I just didn't want to miss this fantastic day. And first of all, I just wanted to ask Hansa. She's here launching a fantastic book called Best of One World. So I'm just going to find out a little bit more about what does Hansa have to say about her book, and tell me a bit about your background before you tell me a little bit about your book. Hansa, what inspired you to write this book?
So what inspired me to write this book is everything that was going on about climate change. I felt a little bit out of control. I had to think about, as a mother and grandmother, if I wanted to save this planet for my future generations, what's in my control? What is it that I can do that would make a difference? So I decided to go on a journey of trying to live in an eco-friendly way by cutting down plastic, cutting down on waste at home, reusing, recycling, deepening my relationship with nature. So decided to go on a journey, and then I decided to write about it. So the best of one world takes you through my 60 steps that I have taken to live a more sustainable life. And because I went through a lot of challenges and hurdles in getting to those 60 steps, the aim is that when you get on your path and you want to live sustainably, it will save you all those challenges, because I'm telling you in my book how to overcome them. And I'm telling you what would be the easiest things to start with, what are the little changes you can make on a day-to-day basis to live more sustainably. And you won't have to go through the difficulties I did, because in the book I'm telling you how to do it in the easy way. But let me tell you one really, really important thing. What I discovered when I started to live a sustainable life is I discovered that it was really good for our well-being, and also it saved you lots of money. So at the moment, with the cost of living crisis, when you begin to live sustainably, it will save you loads and loads of money, and also it will be good for your physical, mental, and your spiritual well-being.
So let me find out about that. That's a very interesting one there. First of all, here's the book, 60 Steps for you to live a more sustainable life, which is fantastic. Being an environment chair for the Rotary Committee myself, I'm very, very interested in the environment side. But you talked about the wellness and also mental well-being. How do you feel information like this will help people for their mental well-being as well?
Oh, absolutely, because living sustainably is about strengthening our relationship with nature. The more you engage with nature, the less likely you are going to destroy it, aren't you? But when you actually engage in nature, nature is free energy, doesn't cost anything, it's everywhere. And when you spend more time with nature, it heals your trauma, it heals your mind, it heals your body, and it's all natural energy that doesn't cost anything, hasn't got any side effects. And so spending time in nature is really, really good for your mental well-being. It's a form of meditation, it's about engaging with something that's beyond us, beyond our physical self. And so you connect with yourself spiritually. It calms your mind. It helps you to release the uptight the emotions that you bottled up inside of you. And of course, all these things are going to boost your mental well-being in a very profound way.
Absolutely, that was fantastic. And also, you have some wonderful guests who are here today. They're all here celebrating your wonderful book launch, Best of One World, 60 Steps to a Sustainable, Meaningful and Joyful Life. And I think you should all go out there, run out there and get this. I'm sure it's on from Amazon as well.
The book is available on Amazon now. It's also available from my website, hansapenkania.com.
Fantastic. We'll remind them that again. So do we have any special guests who are joining us here?
Yes.
May we please have yourself joining us? So hello, and what's your name?
My name is Jay Kishan Bala, and I have been honored to today host the program in India to promote Hansaben's book, Best of One World. Having read The Best of Three Worlds, I certainly felt that she had made a very good connection with what she was writing, not as a professional author, but something written from the bottom of her heart. More importantly, I think the books and other things are written with a view to not making money, but sending a very personal message. How you read and interpret the message is down to yourself. But once you've read one of her books, I'm sure you will be a little bit more hooked, and you feel that you may want to explore some of the other books she's written. My congratulations, and I feel honored that today she has come to Pinner, the jewel in the crown of Arrow. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Jay. That was very good. Just wanted to share that, of course, Jay was one of the hosts here today. I was listening to him, and the wonderful hosting he did for today was fantastic. We have a few more wonderful guests who are here at this particular event who would love to share their messages. So let me see who we have here, and hello.
Hi, my name is Nitin Mehta. And,
MBE.
MBE.
Nitin Mehta, MBE. Wow, we've got Nitin Mehta, but not just Nitin Mehta here, it's Nitin Mehta, MBE. Wow, you must have done amazing work for the community, and we're very proud of you for
Thank
that.
you so much, yeah.
And with that wonderful MBE that you have, you must be getting in touch with a lot of people in the community, working with people. What do you think of Hansan? What do you think of a wonderful book like this for the community? How do you think it would be very useful for them?
Actually, I'm so lucky that Artisan Bai actually introduced me or told me about Hansa Valley, and I got to know about the book. It's just amazing, and it's really amazing because it can show that it shows that how our ladies now actually are coming to the fore and being so successful. And Hansa Valley is a very good example of that. So this book that she has written is going to be a very good addition to the general knowledge of our community, and it will be a very useful contribution to our community.
That's fantastic. And what do you think? What do you think books like this can do for the communities? How do you think it can transform lives from your point of view?
Transforms lives because you mentioned how to live well, and these are kind of tips that we need a lot, especially of ladies who are stuck at home. They can't get to meet so many people. And with books like these, ideas are shared, and people get to know about what can be done in different situations. So it's a very, very important contribution.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much.
Honey, in case you didn't know, Nitin, bring him back. Bring Nitin back.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you repeat that please one more time?
Okay, don't worry. You
Nitin
can't
Pai,
hear
can we
us.
get Nitin Pai again? So Nitin Pai, can we please have you back here again? Our wonderful
Honey.
Nitin Pai with the MBE. We'll be getting him back on again.
So,
Thank
honey,
you.
in case you didn't know, our Nitin Mehta is also an excellent writer, and he writes to lots of big tabloids and magazines, and he also challenges them if they go out of line. So he's a very good writer
Absolutely.
himself.
So Nitin Mehta, of course, I need to share with our audience members around the world that he himself is a fantastic author. He also shared the wonderful, wonderful information with the world. So we just wanted to congratulate you for being such a wonderful author as well. Dear Neil Kumarji, thank you for reminding us about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, honey, we'll now move on to our guests and carry on.
Thank you very much. This is Honey Kalari here for Healing Our Earth, checking out and saying a very big congratulations to Hansa from Kenya for her wonderful book. Do make sure you go out there and purchase this and support such wonderful work that's being done. So happy Mental Health Awareness Day. If you
Thank
get
you,
the
honey.
chance to talk to a few more people, let me know. I have a few more people who can share a little bit later on.
Okay, honey, we might come back to you. Best wishes to Hansa for her book, and we'll move on. And thank you very much. And
Thank you, Neil Bhai, and the Healing Our Earth community. Bless you all.
thank you.
Thank
Writing
you. Bye
books
for now.
again. Thank you, honey. That Honey Kalaria is there. She's our resident host and an anchor. So, Kirit, we brought that book in because Hansa also writes about mental health and stress books as well.
Yeah.
And we thought it would be nice to move over there. So to give Hansa a plug because she's part of our Healing Our Earth anyway. And this is a very good time, Kirit, now to bring Keval, because the tribe conversation that we will have will be very useful. And we just go, so Kirit, introduce Keval, and then we'll bring back Saroj and we go into more chats. Over to you, Kirit, and Global Namaste, Keval. Welcome once again to Healing Our Earth. Unmute yourself, over.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Keval, for joining us. Keval is runs a charity called Ekiam UK. He's also a mental health youth ambassador and very inspiring and inspirational person who wants to do a lot of work with young people. So he works with young people on a range of issues and trying to tackle more peer support. And I think today we're going to be letting Keval talk about his organization, but also his journey and his role as a mental health ambassador and what his plans are in focusing on young people. So Keval, Global Namaste, thank you for joining us today. And over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you for South Asian Health Action and Healing Our Earth for creating this platform for all of us lot to share. Yeah, so what would you like to know?
Okay, so tell us, let's let the viewers know a bit more about yourself in terms of what Ekiam UK is and who are you?
Yeah, so obviously had a normal job myself, an office job in the past, but through various personal experiences, I realized that there's a lot of youth, not just in UK, but all around the world that do need a lot of support, need a lot of help. We identified a lot of issues, but unfortunately, when we tried to facilitate and help these young people get the support that they needed, there just wasn't the support available. We did search local organizations, especially around things like mental health, addictions, various other things like ending period poverty. And unfortunately, there just wasn't the support or the organizations available ready to reach out. And unfortunately, a lot of the organizations that were in existence just didn't have the resources to cater for this new wave of problems that we're getting at the moment. Ekiam UK is a very new concept charity. We deal with a range of issues, as you mentioned there. It's not just mental health. We deal with everything from gang culture, knife crime, addictions, domestic abuse, ending period poverty, basically anything that youth from aged 8 to 24 need support with. And through doing that, we found that a lot of the other aspects in life that we deal with, whether it's education, career opportunities, whether it was domestic abuse, gang culture, a lot of these issues interlinked with mental health. And what we have found is that the support services do offer a lot of support when it comes to people aged over 18, and to some extent for those under 16 through safeguarding, social services, etc. But there was a big gap for that age group between 16 and 18 where hardly anyone is dedicated to offering them support. We've had people reach out to us. I know those of you that are aware of Ekiam's journey, we've had people reach out to us, and we've encountered huge problems, whether it's regarding things like grooming, domestic abuse, etc. And a lot of these issues, they affect the young person directly, and especially when it comes to their mental health. They reach out for support, and unfortunately, without getting that support, it tends to intensify that problem. And it also, I believe, it stops them reaching out again. Once you've asked for help once and you've been denied or not got the help you needed, it's very difficult to reach out again and again. And the other thing that we found is that a lot of people will ask you to tell their story. A lot of these young people, they explain their problem to someone, and then it's a case of, right, well, we're going to need to refer you to someone else. They'll go and tell their story to someone else, and they refer to someone else. And it just becomes a continuous cycle of where they're explaining their problem, but they're not actually getting the help for it. So we hope to address some of these issues. And through Ekiam UK at the moment, we are creating a young person's mental health ambassadors peer-to-peer project, where young people will now be in charge of looking after their peers and hopefully be able to provide that support and signpost them to the correct organizations and services that can provide appropriate support for that young person.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. In terms of you mentioned a range of work that you've been in. Can you tell the viewers about the work you've been doing as part of the National Citizenship Service with the young people in the schools? Because I think that's been really, you focus on mental health as one of the projects. So tell the viewers a bit more about the NCS program.
Yeah, absolutely huge. NCS is obviously the National Citizen Service program that you mentioned there. A lot of young people, when they leave secondary school, they're offered the opportunity to go on an NCS program over the summer holidays. It's a 3-week project for them. And what Ekiam does is we support them over the 8 to 10 weeks over the summer holidays. And each summer we support approximately 1,200 up to 2,000 young people. What we focus on is social action issues, where we focus on youth-led projects. We're there to co-produce with them and help them deliver and facilitate on issues that are important to them. Now, what we do is in the groups of 16, we ask them to identify an issue that's really important to them, and then what they can do about it, and start a youth-led action project based on that. what that has shown us is mental health is affecting so many young people, because I would say approximately 40 to 50% of the groups that we've dealt with have focused on mental health in some form or another. And when you think of all the issues that young people face, everything from domestic abuse, period poverty, gang culture, drill music, knife crime, violence, street robberies, bullying, online bullying, there's so many issues that they face, yet mental health was that one that kept coming up over again through the different groups. And it really highlighted just how much the young people are asking for help, but unfortunately it's not being provided. So yeah, that's what we do over the summer with the young people. And like I said, it's really helped to highlight that for us.
And how do you get the message out? Because I know you've now started your radio program, which is really good to hear. And so what's the best way of reaching young people in order for them to come up open to you as well and reach you?
I think there's numerous ways. There are set platforms where people can have a phone number, a social media service, an online platform where people can get in touch with them. But I think for all our viewers, what is very, very important is that everyone important in that young person's life is open to speak to that person. We don't know when a young person will be ready to talk to someone, who they might reach out to, but it is important that when they do get the help that they need. And I think it's very important, and I can't stress enough or emphasize on it enough, that everyone listening right now, whoever this message gets across to, if a young person is asking for help, it's very, very important we follow up on that and check that they are getting the support that they need. Because like I said, a lot of them do reach out. Sometimes it could be a teacher, it could be a support worker, it could be a PCSO, it could be a mental health advisor like myself, it could be a charity worker, it could be absolutely anyone. And unfortunately, it's hard to predict who they will reach out to. Sometimes it's the most unlikely of sources, because sometimes those people that are closest in your lives, you feel that you can't always share certain problems with them, or if you're going through those problems with that person, it's very difficult to have that conversation with them. So sometimes they reach out of their immediate circle. So I just think it's very important that we do remember that. And if a young person is reaching out, especially someone under the age of 24, we do find them their support and offer them, I guess, mentor them to a certain extent and get them the kind of help and support that they need.
Thank you. Neil, can we get Sarojben back into so we can have a conversation with both, and then I know we've got a few hands up as well, so I will bring those questions in as well. But if we can just add Sarojben to this conversation for World Mental Health Day, we're talking today's a special on World Mental Health Day, but you guys are going to be involved in a program on Tuesday on actual World Mental Health Day. So just want to tell the viewers more about that event that's happening on Tuesday, and really what do you want to get out into that program, that event, online program, but around the messages. What key messages would you like to get out? Because it's around World Mental Health Day and a universal right that everyone should have access to mental health support. So
oh, sorry, go.
No, please, Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, like Gavin mentioned about the youngsters, I think it's also, just want to add, the lack of understanding and also the fear. I think some youngsters, they're sort of like really embarrassed, like to go out and talk to friends and family as well. And I think we need to break that stigma. So I mean, obviously, I'm hoping that we can talk something about that, where, they shouldn't be afraid. That would be something nice to talk about.
Excellent. Gabriel?
As Sarah said there, I couldn't agree more. I think it's so important that your immediate circle, and I did touch on that before, I think it's so important that your immediate circle is the people you feel most comfortable going to talk to, share your problems with, and address any issues that you might be facing. But ultimately, I think we all need to recognize this is, from the community, from grassroots right up to government level. There's so much more support that needs to be provided in terms of professionals dealing with mental health care for young people, the waiting list that we've got at the moment, the time that people have to wait. If someone's feeling suicidal, a young person getting thoughts that they might not be wanting to have if they're facing certain issues and they are reaching out for help, being told that there's a 6-month waiting list, it's sometimes it's just not good enough. You know, these people, they need help there and then, and it's somehow, some way, the kind of conversation that I want to address is how can we bridge that gap and how can we shorten the time that it takes for a young person to get the support that they need.
And I think that's one of the reasons why through this charity, South Asian Health Action, we've created the opportunity to have mental health ambassadors from the community, because realizing that you're the first point of contact that some of these people may come to. And, you know, we don't want to, we are seeing a ping pong of people, like you mentioned, that young people get passed around from A, B, C to different organizations and still not getting the right support. So I think what's, you know, as a mental health ambassador, what do you think the key role of that, you know, your role is, and how do we get more mental health ambassadors out there?
For me, sorry, for me, I feel like, you know, I'm sort of, you know, I feel like I've actually educated myself in the mental health sector, and for this, I can signpost, you know, to the right direction for, you know, where they need that, you know, they need the support in. So being, you know, as many we can get, as many in the South Asian community for the mental health ambassador, the better it would be for, you know, for all. Like I said, it's not just also the South Asian community. If somebody wants to sort of, you know, approach me from a different culture, I'll be happy to signpost them as well.
Kevin?
Again, I can only just agree and expand further on what Sarad said there. I think it's so important that we train more people up, and especially the under 24 age group. Like I said, there is a lot of focus on mental health, etc. And our platforms, they do reach out to a lot of people over the 18 age group, but those young people under 18, there is different ways and means to communicate with them, whether it be through social media, whether it be by approaching the schools, whether it be by speaking to parents and getting the message through across them. Some of these stigmas, the taboos that Saraj mentioned there, they do have to get broken down. And I think we've seen so much improvement over the last 2-3 years when it comes to younger people. We just need to build on that. We need to offer them the right training, the right support, and we also need to let them know where they can get the support and the help that they need, which is most important. And again, I just want to mention, working so closely with South Asian Health Action has given me a really good insight into how helping people on the front line really is. You know, there's people coming up to us, speaking to us about mental health, and it then becomes our responsibility to find them that help and support. And through organizations like South Asian Health Action, who have their doors open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, these are the kind of organizations that we really need to tap into in local communities, whichever city we're in. And, you know, and again, with every part of training that we do, if we're focusing on training for adults, we should include some part of it that is focused on youths as well, and get them to shadow the work that we do, so they do learn about the work that's being done. And as they get older, they can improve on the services and awareness that we do try and provide.
Thank you. Great point. And I think that it's good to hear Sarojwen's getting her daughter to kind of get that, you know, mentor and support her, because that's the key thing. We need the future generations to kind of take some of this and support them to do that. I'll bring Mala in, and I'll bring Latan next. So Mala, over to you.
Wow, this is just my subject, up my street. I'm in Lambeth, the heart of it all. We're just having so much of crime and stabbings and knife. Now I deal with groups. I could help you and link you. I mean, we've got postcode wars going on. You must get in touch with the GLA. There's a lot of funding in terms of for gang, funding for gang crimes and things like that. Now, cross-generational intervention is my topic. We've got this gap, right, between the generations, digital and non-digital. That's us. Now, and the most important thing is understanding the youth of today. We don't really understand them. Government doesn't understand them. Even we that work with them don't really understand them. So it's breaking those barriers. There's ways of doing this, and I'm happy to link you with groups. I know you mentioned the point about, you know, signposting from here to there, and everyone gets signposted. Eventually, you just walk around with leaflets and no help. So You need to, I don't know whereabouts you're based, which borough, but link up with Lambeth. There's so much going on. There's a lot of help in terms of, like, you know, that period poverty. I'll link you up with those groups. During the pandemic, a lot was just, you know, it unraveled quite a lot where everyone needed help and the youth were left behind. And then, so the government stepped in and they gave funding, and so I could help you and link you up. I think bring in more cross-generational, you know, you've got Saroj, great help. You've got Kirat, bring those peers and start to break the barriers, because they are muted. They are muted by their earphones, and political correctness is muting everybody. They don't know how to express themselves. So I've worked with young people and lots of great things came out of it. You mentioned, what was it? Community ambassadors, was it?
Right. Yes.
So I'm a food ambassador. I used food to get to the young people to eat healthy and get them out there so they learn to express themselves and they had a voice. Do connect with me. Lots of great ideas to share and link you up with lots of groups that could work with you. They're out there. It's just getting to them.
That's right.
Great. Thank you, Marla. That's great. I'm sure we will definitely connect because there's some synergy. Keval's based in Leicester, like myself, and Saroj is based in London. So again, we are expanding. So thank you for that. And we will definitely connect. Lutaman, how are you? Glad to join us.
Nice to have you here, Kirit, and seeing you taking more active role. Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it, what we can do as a community, and we are achieving a lot. And by discussing the subject over and over again, new things are being thrashed out and new awareness and breaking down the barriers, like, you know, it's needed. And it's so difficult and complex issue here that we're tackling, because really it's invisible, isn't it? We can't see it. And people can't even express it. We haven't got the language, the words to express the emotions that they're experiencing. And this is where I think it would be nice to have that education of you know, being able to express ourselves, and it's bringing up new words and bringing the feelings and emotions up to the surface by describing these with the words, because sometimes all they can do is shout out or get muted.
Thank you.
There's so many reasons for that are underlying. So, I mean, do you all do an assessment with them? And then do you have a pathway to give them? Because it's so crucial to be able to do that, because all the different cultures, like English and Black, and be it Turkish, Greek, Jewish, they all seem to have their little, you know, we need a bit more of this here, a bit more education in the family circle. And I like the fact that you are doing that, you know, connecting to the family, because sometimes they're not even aware of what's going on.
Keval, do you want to respond to
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of pathways, we do monitor once anyone comes within our remit and we know that they're looking for support. We always monitor them going forward. If we have signposted them to an organization, we stay in touch with them depending on the situation, whether it's weekly, twice weekly, fortnightly, monthly, whatever we've agreed with the young person, to see how, wherever we've signposted them to, whether they're getting the right support, the right help. If for any reason they're not, obviously we can then find alternative support, but we can also let the organization know that we've signposted them to that. This was the feedback that we got and how they can improve as well. We're not there to call organizations out or put organizations down. At the end of the day, we're all trying to do hard work and we're all trying to achieve the same goals here. And I think it's important that getting that feedback from the young person, if they haven't got the right help or the support, that the organization can improve. And so we do monitor that. If obviously it came up numerous times, then obviously we would have to address that a different way, maybe not signpost in that direction again. But we do always monitor, and again, everyone who comes under ECIAM's umbrella, they become an ECIAM UK member for life now. So yeah.
Sullivan, any other further comments on that?
No, I totally agree with what Gavel said. I couldn't put anything better than that. I mean, obviously, I've had in situations that if I couldn't signpost them to some, if I couldn't help, then I would signpost it to someone relevant. And like I said, we have got a lot of mental health ambassadors on board with Sahar, and so we know each other's job, where they're good at. Whereas I know Gavel is good at, with the youths, whereas I am more sort of like I'm a variety depending what it is. I usually have a lot of mothers approaching me in regards to, they're a bit worried about their children and things like that. I've had youths actually contact me, and obviously I can signpost them according to the relevant mental health ambassadors. So
excellent. Mr. G, welcome back. You've had it's been a long day for you as well. So I'd let you finish off, really.
Yeah.
Any comments?
It's not a long day. If you enjoy something, it's all about your mental health. So if you enjoy something, the time will just pass by. Exactly. And that's what it is all about. So talking about things and thoughts that you like, the moments just pass by, but the same thoughts can make your time. It's a very big connection between your body's anatomy with your mind, and the same situation can be few seconds, and the same situation can be a day long. So it all depends upon how your mind takes up. And yeah, for me, it's just a couple of minutes. So I love and if you love something, you really have a positive thought towards it. You give a positive energy to it, and that vibrates in the whole aura of the same thing. And that's what it is about. So loving yourself, loving the work you do, loving your intentions with what you work is the most important thing. That is the most optimistic thing that will take you to spirituality, I would say. People have been talking a lot about samadhi, they talk about kaivalya, they talk about everything, but I think the real samadhi lies in the love that you love for yourself and the harmony that you create within. And that's the biggest piece. What do you say, Kiranji, about this?
No, I think, we've heard from a number of speakers today is really trying to find something that's going to help you at the time of your need. And you've kind of summed it up quite nicely in terms of, looking at yourself, looking at, meditation, and you're an expert around Ayurveda and other, so I think really it's mastering what's going to help you and then do it and not, we find what we've heard from Sorojben and today from Keval is that what Sorojben's gone through and how she's had to turn her life around and seek, her mission now is to help others to not go through that. So what better way is we have people, who actually just talk it, but can walk it and share their lived experience. And that's why I love what I do as well in terms of, working in our communities to help us get that support when it's needed. And if you want to hear more, listeners, if you want to hear more, viewers, if you want to hear more, there is going to be a mental health event happening on Tuesday. I'm just going to quickly put up the screen so you can just take a note of it, and then you'll be able to join in on and hear more on. Just one second. So this is what we in the UK, we talk a lot about equality. We talk about we've heard it today in terms of lack of appropriate services that we need to meet our needs from the cultural point of view. So we're going to be looking at mental health inequities, and that's something that we've got a range of young people who are going to be speaking. And if you haven't, if you look up Siani Seth, she's an amazing young lady who actually gone through her own mental health journey and created a film, a production, a performance. So she'll be on our panel, and there's going to be our Professor Nandini, who's actually does the World Health Organization MHGAP program, but she's also an expert on psychosis. And then we've had a number of, and you'll see Kevin and see Sorosben again. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Just if you want to, I'll put in the chat, there is our details, so you can send WhatsApp me and I will share the Zoom link with the viewers today as well. So, and I'll share that with Healing Our Earth anyway in terms of platform. Any final messages from Sorosben in terms of final inspiration to people who are suffering in silence, that they really need to kind of reach out? Anything that you'd like to share on not to suffer in silence?
Sorry, you're asking me, yes? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Just any last message really to the viewers?
I just want to say that, thank you for watching. I hope that, me sharing my lived experiences, I just want you to know that I have become a stronger person. It's something that a grief does actually change you. But for me, I have chosen a path. I could have chosen two paths: grief for the rest of my life, or become someone where I can sort of, I've got a living child and I have to look out for her and myself.
Thank you. That's amazing. Kevin, your last 30 seconds before we end the program in 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah, just to everyone watching, I think all of us know someone under the age of 24. Even if you think that they know in their head that it's okay for them to come to you, there's never any harm approaching the person and letting them know that, look, if there's anything on their mind, if there's anything they're thinking about, please do come to us, speak to us, whether it's yourselves, reach out for support, but it's never any harm in reminding those young people. Sometimes we forget and we automatically think that they already know they can talk to us. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. So please do reach out to anyone young that you know and let them know that if they do need to speak about anything, you are available and you can find the right help if needed.
Thank you. And I'm going to pass it back to Amritaji for concluding. Thank you again.
Lovely talk, I would say. And in fact, I would like to congratulate Keval and Sarojji for the initiatives and the work they have been doing in UK. And of course, Kiritji, you have been a long way for so many communities involved in so many activities, and putting on your best efforts to join people together. And this kind of community creation on different platforms for a noble job is a marvelous thing, I would say. And it's a need of an hour of today's time, where we come together with like-minded people and we communicate with everybody. And the same thing we are heading towards to head one more step forward with the Healing Our Earth, taking up to the next level, where we are going to have our Healthy Life Festival at Mauritius. So Summit Mauritius Fest, which is going to be held from April 17th to 23rd of April. Everyone is invited in that. And the festival is all about health. It's all about healing. It's all about healing our earth. So our Neil Kumar being the founder chairman of that, I and the whole family of Healing Our Earth warmly invites you to participate in this event and make it really successful, where we are going to organize a lot of events like walkathon, yogathon, plantathon. So plantation drives, wellness programs, yoga programs with children, with adults, with people from all walks of life. So Kiritji, you're very much part of it. I know that. And we look forward for a better collaboration with each of us, so that these communities of one finger join up together to form a fist. And that fist is the representation of the whole globe, I would say. And that's what it is all about. And that makes us happy. That makes everybody happy. And so let's heal the earth with that happiness. On that note, I leave to you, Kiritji, and then I'll wind up. Over to you. Thank you.
No, I think it's amazing. Neil Kumar's brought us together, and now we're one family, and we are doing it to heal the earth and heal people who are at the time of their need. We are there, and that's amazing. And I think that's why I'm really glad to be part of this Healing Our Earth family.
Yeah. So let's talk about the future events, what are coming up, as we always bring something more new and vibrant. And something more interesting. So as we move to the next Sunday, we are moving towards Navratri, the 9 nights with loads of dance and festivals. So join us on 15th of October, 2 p.m. BST with Navratri special and singing outfits and chit chats on Navratri festival. So you'll be watching that up. We'll be going live to some places and having a lot of fun with that, coming up with other healthy life episodes as well. In future, we'll be bringing up loads of activities, bringing with you the wellness and health from all the corners of the globe. So starting up and ending up with the same notes that may the spring come or may the spring go, the life is always beautiful, but the vision should be, you should look from your heart. So if your heart is happy, it will make your world a beautiful place to live in. And I think it is always beautiful. So keep looking up and thank the wonderful energy who has given this beautiful body to sustain as a soul, and let it grow and let others grow as well. So with this note, let's come to an end with the Gayatri mantra and chanting up of peace for loving everyone, for sharing everyone, and sharing so much joy and love on this platform. So let's join our hands together and chant Om. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti.